Hey everyone, in today's video we're diving into one of the most powerful frameworks in the modern web development world, Next.js 15. Whether you're building lightning-fast static sites, dynamic apps with server actions, or full-stack projects, Next.js makes it all feel smooth, intuitive, and scalable. And version 15, it just made everything even better, cleaner, faster, and smarter. Now, this crash course is just a small part of our ultimate Next.js 15 course, a massive, all-in-one learning experience we packed into our brand new tech learning platform, Code and Create, which just launched a few days ago. Inside the full course, we go from the absolute basics all the way to advanced concepts and build a complete, full-stack e-commerce web application from scratch, using all the latest features of Next.js 15. This platform just went live a few days ago, and inside you'll find not just this course, but a growing library of resources designed to help you master modern web development and AI integration, step by step. As a premium member, everything is instantly accessible, ready for you to dive in without any limits. This is our brand new tech learning platform, built with care and passion to help you grow as a modern developer. It brings together everything you need in one place, to not just learn how to code, but to grow confidently as a modern developer in today's AI-driven world. At the core of the platform is our AI learning assistant. It's designed to support you like a smart and friendly coding mentor. You'll get AI-generated coding challenges that are personalized to your current skill level, so you can keep improving without feeling overwhelmed. If you're preparing for job interviews, the assistant helps you practice with realistic mock interviews, giving you valuable experience and boosting your confidence. And if you want to test yourself on a new topic, it can instantly generate quizzes on any tech concept you throw at it. After you complete a coding challenge, finish a quiz, or go through a mock interview, the AI doesn't just stop there. It reviews your answers, checks your solutions, and gives you clear feedback and explanations, so you understand what you got right, where you made mistakes, and how to improve next time. It's like having your own instant tutor who's always ready to help you grow. But we know AI can replace everything. That's why we've also included quizzes carefully created by real instructors, structured in a way that truly helps you understand the material and build strong foundations one step at a time. To help you stay current, we've added a growing collection of developer-focused blogs, where we break down the latest tech trends, tool updates, industry shifts, and practical advice in a simple and useful way. Whether you want to explore what's new in web development, how AI is changing the job market, or what's coming in front-end development, it's all there to keep you informed. As I have already mentioned, we've also included practical, hands-on courses like the Ultimate Next.js 15 course, where we go through from basics to advanced topics and build a full-stack e-commerce website, step by step, in a way that makes it all click. These aren't passive video lectures. They are guided learning experiences that help you build, break things, fix them, and really understand how everything works. Besides that, we also have our ultimate React.js course, which is over 34 hours long and packed with value. In this course, you'll build 15 real-world web projects with React, from simple UI components to fully functional applications, giving you the experience and confidence to tackle any front-end challenge. To make your workflow smooth and distraction-free, the platform includes a built-in code editor. That means no need to jump between tools or set up environments. You can try things out, make changes, and see results instantly. And if you're someone who learns best by doing, we've got you covered there too. You get full access to the source code for all the projects we built on our YouTube channel. You can study the structure, tweak the code, and experiment on your own to deepen your understanding, just like you would in a real-world dev environment. But learning to code isn't just about syntax and projects. It's also about mindset, focus, and mental sharpness. That's why we added a collection of mind games to the platform, fun, interactive exercises that challenge your logic, memory, problem solving, and attention. They are perfect for taking a short break while still keeping your brain in coding mode. And of course, if you ever get stuck, confused, or just need to talk something through, you're not alone. You can chat directly with the instructors. That's me, George, and my friend Lasha, in real time. Ask questions, get help, and keep moving forward. No waiting days or weeks for an email reply, just direct, friendly support right when you need it. So if you're serious about taking your skills to the next level, definitely check out our platform, Code and Create. The link is in the description below. And now let's dive straight into the Next.js 15 crash course. Before we dive into Next.js, let's quickly talk about how it differs from React. React is a powerful library for building user interfaces, but on its own it doesn't handle things like routing, server-side rendering, or static site generation. That's where Next.js comes in. It builds on React's foundation and adds these advanced capabilities, making it a complete framework for creating full-stack, production-ready web applications. Now, let's get into what makes Next.js so incredible. As I already said, Next.js is a React-based framework that makes building web applications faster, easier, and way more fun. It is like React, but with some additional powers, letting you do things like server-side rendering, static site generation, and even creating your own API routes, all in one package. One of the coolest things about Next.js is how it handles both the client side and the server side for you. That means your app can fetch data and render it on the server before sending it to the browser, which is awesome for speed and SEO. Plus, Next.js makes routing a breeze with its simple file-based system. No need to deal with complicated router configurations, just name your files and Next.js does the rest. Next.js also has some great built-in features like built-in image optimization and TypeScript support. Whether you're creating a static website, a dynamic app, or a full-stack project, Next.js has everything you need to build something cool, step by step. And with the latest Next.js 15, things get even better. This version introduces React 19 support. The development process is also faster than ever thanks to TurboPack, the new development bundler that significantly improves build times and refresh speeds. Another standout feature is partial pre-rendering, allowing you to optimize specific parts of a page without re-rendering everything. Perfect for complex applications. And let's not forget the enhanced caching strategies and improved error debugging, which make your workflow smoother and your apps more predictable. If these terms sound unfamiliar or confusing, don't worry, we'll break everything down and go through it step by step so you will feel confident and comfortable using these features in no time. Now, let's talk about why you should learn Next.js. What makes it stand out as a must-know framework for modern web development? Well, here are some of its most important features that make your life as a developer easier. Forget about complicated router setups. With Next.js, every file in the page folder automatically becomes a route. It is intuitive and saves tons of time. And with Next.js 15, routing performance is better than ever, thanks to optimizations under the hood. Next.js lets you create backend API routes in the same project as your frontend. This means you can handle server-side logic like authentication or database interactions without needing a separate backend framework. Whether you need server-side rendering, static site generation, or the new partial pre-rendering introduced in version 15, Next.js has you covered. Partial pre-rendering allows you to optimize specific parts of your page, improving performance while keeping development flexible. Next.js makes fetching data a breeze with built-in methods like getStaticProps and getServerSideProps. With version 15, You can also take advantage of the improved caching strategies to make your data fetching faster and more predictable. You have complete freedom to style your app however you want, whether you prefer CSS modules, Sass, or style components. Next.js supports them all. Plus, it integrates seamlessly with Tailwind CSS for a modern and efficient styling workflow. Next.js takes care of things like image optimization, font loading, and automatic bundling for you. In version 15, these optimizations are even more efficient, helping you deliver faster, more lightweight websites to your users. The development experience in Next.js is super smooth, especially with Turbo Pack, introduced in version 15. It significantly speeds up builds and refreshes during development. And when you're ready for production, Next.js creates optimized builds that are ready to deploy anywhere. Now, let's quickly go over the prerequisites for this course. Don't worry, you don't need to be a web development wizard to follow along, but having some basic skills will make the journey much smoother. First, you should have a good understanding of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. These are the building blocks of web development, and knowing how they work will help you get the most out of this course. Next, familiarity with React is important. Since Next.js is built on React, you will need to know things like components, props, state, and hooks. If you're new to React, I'd recommend brushing up on the basics first. It's also helpful if you're comfortable working with NPM, Node Package Manager. This tool is used to set up and manage the dependencies for your Next.js project. So if you've got the skills, you're all set to start working on Next.js. And if any of these topics feel a bit unfamiliar, don't worry, I'll guide you through everything step by step as we go. Now that we've explored what makes Next.js such a powerful and versatile framework, it's time to jump into the setup process and bring it to life. This is where the fun really begins. Before we start, there is one important thing to check: Node.js. If you don't have it installed, you will need to download and set it up first. Node.js is a runtime environment that allows you to run JavaScript code outside of the browser, and it also comes with a package manager called npm. npm is what we will use to install and manage the dependencies for our Next.js application. Once Node.js is installed, we are ready to start. I have a new folder on the desktop, which right now is empty. I'm going to open it in our code editor. For this course, I'll be using Visual Studio Code as my code editor. It is lightweight, powerful, and packed with features that make writing code much easier. I highly recommend it if you're not already using it. Now let's get started with installing our Next.js application. First, we need to open a terminal. In order to open terminal in VS Code, you can either press Ctrl plus backtick. This key is mostly placed under the Escape key on your keyboard, or you can go to View and then choose Terminal. Once you open a terminal, run the following command to create a new Next.js application. We need npx create next app at latest. You will be prompted to answer a few questions. The first one is, what is your project named? You can enter the name of your project, for example, my next app. Next we have, would you like to use TypeScript with this project? Since we're going to use TypeScript throughout this course, I'm going to select yes. Next we have, would you like to use ESLint with this project? Select yes to include ESLint for code linting. Then, would you like to use Tailwind CSS with this project? Select yes to include Tailwind CSS for styling. Then we have, would you like to use src directory? Select yes to place your application code inside the src directory. Then we have, would you like to use app router? As I already mentioned previously, the app router in Next.js is a feature that simplifies the routing process within your application. It allows you to organize your pages and components within an app directory. providing a more intuitive and structured way to manage your application's routes. The next question is, would you like to use Turbo Pack for Next.js? Turbo Pack is the new development bundler that significantly improves build times and refresh speeds. So we need to select yes. And the last question is, would you like to customize the default import alias? Import alias in Next.js allows you to create shortcuts for importing modules, making your import statements cleaner and more readable. Instead of using relative paths like this, you can define an alias to shorten this path. For example, you could set up an alias like @components navbar, which simplifies and clarifies the import statements throughout your code base. This is particularly useful in larger projects where deep directory structures are common, so right now I'm going to select no. Alright, so once the project is successfully installed, you will see a new folder with an application name. First, I'm going to run the project to the browser, and then I will come back to the setup folders and files and go through them. So, we need to navigate to our application folder using cd and the name of the application, My Next App. And now let's run the development server to see everything in action in the browser. For that, we need to run npm run dev. As you can see, a local URL, localhost 3000, is generated. You can either copy this address and paste it in the browser tab, or you can press Alt key and then click the URL. So, as you can see, our application is up and running. When you successfully run your Next.js application, this is the welcoming page you will see. It is a clean and simple design with the Next.js logo prominently displayed. Below the logo, you will find two key steps to help you get started quickly. The first one points to the main entry file where you can begin building your application. As for the second step, it highlights the live reloading feature, which allows you to see updates in real time as you work on your project. There are also two handy buttons. Deploy now. It takes you to Vercel, the default hosting platform for Next.js, making deployment seamless. As for the second button, it is Read Our Docs. This links to the Next.js documentation, a great resource if you need help or want to explore more features. At the bottom of the page, you'll find quick links to Learn, Examples, and the official Next.js website. And just like that, our Next.js project is up and running, fully set up with the latest tools and configurations for a seamless development experience. Now, let's take a closer look at the structure of our Next.js project, specifically focusing on the key files and directories. The .next directory is automatically created when you build or run your Next.js application. It contains the build output, including static assets, pages, and server files. This directory is essential for the internal workings of Next.js, but typically developers don't modify anything directly inside it. The Node modules directory contains all the dependencies and modules installed via npm. This includes all the libraries and tools that your project depends on. You generally don't need to modify anything in this directory as it is managed by npm. Next we have public directory. The public directory is where you store static files that will be served directly to the client. Any files placed in here can be accessed in your application using the / prefix. For example, a file public/image.png can be accessed at localhost 3000/image.png. The default public directory typically includes some icons. The src app directory is where the main application code resides. Let's go through the key files here. First we have the fav icon for your website. The next file is globals.css. This file contains global styles that are applied across your entire application. In this case, it includes Tailwind directives and other global styles. Layout.tsx file defines the layout component, that wraps around all pages in your application. It is useful for setting up a consistent layout, such as a header or footer. The .tsx extension ensures TypeScript support for JSX syntax. Next we have page.tsx. This file serves as the main entry point for your application and represents the home page by default. Let's explore other key files. Next.config.ts is the configuration file for your Next.js application in a TypeScript project. You can customize various settings here, such as environment variables, Webpack configuration, and more. Using TypeScript in the configuration file provides better intelligence and type safety when writing your configurations. tsconfig.json file configures TypeScript settings, including path aliases, strict type checking rules, and compiler options. It ensures cleaner imports and enhanced type safety in your codebase. Next we have package.json. This file lists all the dependencies and scripts for your project. It includes metadata about your project, such as its name, version, and main entry point. The key sections in this file are dependencies. It lists the libraries and frameworks your project depends on, dev dependencies, which lists the tools and libraries needed for development, and scripts, which defines commands that can be run using npm, such as dev, build, start, and so on. Next we have tailwind.config.ts file. It is a configuration file for Tailwind CSS written in TypeScript. You can customize Tailwind's default settings here, such as adding new colors, configuring responsive breakpoints, and extending the default theme. Using TypeScript in this file allows for better intelligence and type safety. Now that we've explored the project structure and have a good understanding of where everything resides, let's dive in and make our first change to the application. To keep things simple, we're going to replace the default Next.js logo on the welcoming page with a classic Hello World. It is a small but exciting first step in seeing how easy it is to make updates in Next.js. I'm going to create h1 heading element, and I'm going to add to it a couple of different classes. Let's change the font size, use text 5XL, then make the text uppercase, also change font, make it bold, and change the color of the text, make it white. As the content, we need Hello World. So this code will display a bold, uppercase Hello World message in a large font size, styled using Tailwind CSS classes. Once we save the changes, the live reloading feature in Next.js will instantly update the browser, and we'll see our first custom addition on the page. Now that we have our project set up, let's talk about routing in Next.js. If you remember from our earlier discussion, Next.js uses a file-based routing system, which makes it incredibly simple and intuitive to create and manage routes. This system lets you define your application's pages by simply creating files in the app directory. No need for complex router setups or configurations. Just name your file and Next.js takes care of the rest. In Next.js 15, routing becomes even more powerful with improvements like enhanced support for the app router, which provides better structure and flexibility for managing your pages. It also integrates seamlessly with features like partial pre-rendering to optimize performance by re-rendering only the necessary parts of your application. These enhancements make routing not only easier, but also more efficient for developers. In Next.js 15, while the routing system is powerful and intuitive, it is important to understand that not every file in the app directory automatically becomes a route. There are specific requirements for a file to qualify as a route. First, the file must be placed in a folder within the app directory, and that folder represents the route. For instance, a folder named about with a page.tsx file inside it will map to the about route. Second, the file must be named page.tsx or page.js, This naming convention tells Next.js that the file is the entry point for the specific route. If the file isn't named page.tsx or page.js, it won't be recognized as a route. By following these requirements, Next.js can easily map your folder and file structure to the routes in your application. This approach keeps things organized and ensures that your routes are well structured. To demonstrate basic routing in Next.js 15, let's start by simplifying the default setup in the app directory. I'll remove the files we don't need right now. Specifically, I'll delete the favicon file to keep things clean and minimal. Then in the globals.css file, I'll keep just the Tailwind CSS directives. Next, I'll open the page.tsx file and completely empty it. Now, I'll add a simple React component inside it with the following code: export default, function, home, and then I'll return a single div element with h1 heading elements. I'm going to add two classes, text 5xl, to make the text bigger, and also add here font bold. As for the contents, I'm going to add welcome to the home page. Let's save the changes, and there it is. Our home page with the heading welcome to the home page displayed. With just these small changes, we have successfully created and displayed our very first custom route in Next.js. Now that we've successfully created our first route for the home page, it's time to expand our application by adding more routes. Let's start by creating an about page. To do this, I'll create a new folder inside the app directory and name it about. This folder will represent the about route. Inside the about folder, I'll create a file named page.tsx. As we discussed earlier, the file name page.tsx is important because it tells Next.js that this file defines the entry point for the about route. Now, let's add the following code to this file. We need export default, function, about, and I'm going to return h1 heading element. Let's add again classes text 5xl and font bold. As for the content, it's going to be learn more about us. So this component defines a simple heading for our about page. After saving the file, navigate to localhost 3000/about in your browser, and you will see the about page with the heading learn more about us displayed. It's that easy. Next.js automatically maps the folder and file structure to the route. Next, I'm going to create another route for a contact page. To do this, I'll create a new folder inside the app directory and name it contact. Just like before, this folder will represent the contact route. Inside the contact folder, I'll create another file named page.tsx, and I'm going to add here the following code. We need again export default, function, contact, and I'm going to return h1 heading elements with the classes text 5xl, font bold, and as the content, let's add here contact us. After saving the file, if we go to the browser and navigate to localhost 3000/contact, the contact page will now display with the heading contact us. Alright, to demonstrate better routing in Next.js, I'll use the built-in link component for navigation between pages. This will help us see how easy it is to set up and use client-side routing in Next.js. For now, this is just a demonstration to show how the link component works in practice. Later in the course, we'll dive deeper into the link component, exploring its advanced features and capabilities. First, let's head over to our homepage and import the link component from Next.js at the top of our page.tsx file. Next, I'm going to update the JSX. I'm going to add link component right after the h1 heading element. In the href attribute, I'm going to insert /about. And then let's add a couple of different classes. Make text LG. Also change the color of the text. Make it blue, 500. And create some space on the right side using margin right 4. As for the content, we need about. Let's duplicate link component, change the value of the href attribute, we need /contact, and also change the content of the link. It's going to be contact. So let me explain this again step by step. The link component is a built-in Next.js component for client-side navigation. It helps improve the performance of your application by preloading linked pages in the background. I have added 2 link components that navigate to the about and contact pages when clicked. The href attribute specifies the target route. Now, if we check the browser, you will see 2 navigation links, about and contact, displayed below the heading. When you click on the about link, it takes you to the about page we created earlier. Similarly, clicking on the contact link navigates to the contact page. Both transitions happen smoothly without a full page reload, thanks to the link component's client-side navigation capabilities. So this demonstrates how Next.js 15, combined with the app directory structure and the link component, makes routing between pages not just intuitive but also highly efficient. As you can see, setting up navigation is a breeze, and Next.js handles the heavy lifting behind the scenes. Before we finish this lecture, I would like to mention one thing. You might notice that I didn't explicitly add the return type jsx.element to the home function. In TypeScript, it's not mandatory to add a return type to a component because TypeScript can infer it automatically. However, in larger projects, it's considered a better practice to include the return type explicitly. So, adding jsx.element helps make the code more readable and provides an additional layer of type safety by ensuring the function always returns a valid JSX element. This can be especially helpful when working in teams or managing more complex components. Since we are working with simple examples here, I've omitted the return type for simplicity. However, it is a good habit to include it when working on larger and more complex applications. Alright, so that's how easy the file-based routing system works in Next.js. Nested routing in Next.js allows you to create a hierarchy of routes by organizing your files and folders within the app directory. For example, if you have an about section, you can create subpages like about/theme or about/history. This approach keeps your file structure clean and your routes easy to manage, which is especially important for larger projects. What makes nested routing in Next.js truly amazing is how seamlessly it maps your folder structure to URLs. There is no need for extra configuration or routing libraries, it just works out of the box. Let's see how we can implement it in practice. Let's build on the project we've been working on. We already have home, about, and contact pages. Now I'm going to add a theme page as a subpage of the about section, accessible via the about/theme route. First, inside the app about folder, I'll create a new folder named theme. This folder will represent the nested route about/theme. Inside the theme folder, I'll create a file named page.tsx. As we've seen before, the page.tsx file is the entry point for any route in Next.js. After that, I'm going to create a new component. We need export default function. The name is going to be theme. And then I'll return a div element with h1 heading element with some classes, text 5XL, font bold, and also create margin at the bottom. As the contents, I'm going to insert meet our theme. So this code defines a simple component with a heading. Let's go to the browser and navigate to localhost 3000/about/team. You will see the team page displayed, showing the heading Meet Our Team. This nested route works seamlessly thanks to Next.js mapping the folder structure directly to the URL. This demonstrates how easy it is to create nested routes in Next.js by simply organizing your files and folders. With no extra configuration required, Next.js automatically handles the routing for you, making it both intuitive and efficient. To make it easier to navigate to the team page, let's update the About page to include a link to the team page. First, we need to import the link component from Next link. Next, I'm going to wrap the h1 heading element with a div element. And then I'm going to add link component in the JSX. The value of the href attribute is going to be /about/team. Also, let's add a couple of classes. We need text, LG, and also change the color of the text, make it blue, 500. As for the contents, I'm going to add Meet Our Team. So this adds a clickable link labeled Meet Our Team to the About page, and the href attribute points to about/team. Let's go to the browser, then refresh the page, navigate to the About page, and you will see the link to the team page. Clicking on it will smoothly take you to the About/team route. Alright, to better understand how our nested routes are structured, let me show you the current folder hierarchy of our project. Each folder and file corresponds directly to a route in our application. As you can see, the About folder contains a page.tsx file which maps to the About route. Inside the About folder, the team subfolder has its own page.tsx, which creates the nested route About/team. Similarly, the contact folder maps to contact, and the root level page.tsx maps to the home page. This visualization highlights how Next.js uses the folder structure in the app directory to seamlessly generate routes, making nested routing incredibly intuitive and easy to manage. That's how nested routing works in Next.js 15. By simply organizing your files and folders hierarchically in the app directory, you can create clean and intuitive nested routes. This approach not only simplifies your routing setup, but also keeps your project structure easy to manage, especially as your application grows. Dynamic routes in Next.js let you handle multiple variations of a page using a single route definition. Instead of creating separate files for each variation, you can define a dynamic segment in the URL, such as ID, that acts as a placeholder for unique values like product IDs, usernames, or post titles. This makes dynamic routes ideal for applications with pages that share a similar structure but require unique content. For example, product pages in an e-commerce site or profile pages in a social network. To see why dynamic routes are so useful, let's start with a basic example of manually creating pages for products. This will help us appreciate how dynamic routes solve common scalability challenges. Let's begin by adding a simple products page to list some product names. Inside the app directory, I'll create a new folder called products. In this folder, I'll add a page.tsx file to define the products route. Then inside that file, I'm going to export default function products, and I'm going to return some JSX. Let's open div element. Then inside the div element, I'm going to open h1 with some classes, text 5XL, font bold, and margin bottom 4. As the content, let's add here products. Then right after h1 heading element, I'm going to open ul, followed by li element. in which I'm going to pass a link component, but at first let's import link from next link, then add here link component with hrefs attribute, in which I'm going to pass /products/product1. Also, let's add here class name, text blue 500, and also let's make text LG. As for the content, I'm going to add here product1. Let's duplicate li elements and create link for product2. Alright, now that we've created the products page, let's go ahead and add a link to it on the home page to make navigation easier. I'm going to duplicate link component, then change the value of the hrefs attribute. We need products. As for the content, we need products as well. So currently the home page has 3 links, and I want to improve their alignment for a cleaner layout. First, I'll remove the margin right for class, which was previously adding spacing between the links. Instead, I'll wrap all the links in a div element and apply Tailwind CSS classes to handle spacing and alignment more effectively. We need display flex and then gap on the horizontal axis equal to 6. So with these changes, the links are now wrapped in a div with a flex class for horizontal alignment. The gap x6 class evenly spaces the links, ensuring consistent and clean spacing between them. Now, when we navigate to the products page in the browser, we can see the links for product 1 and product 2 displayed as expected. However, if we click on these links, we're taken to 404. This page could not be found error. This happens because the pages for product 1 and product 2 have not been created yet. The links point to products/product1 and products/product2, but since these routes don't currently exist in our project, Next.js shows a 404 error. In the next step, we'll create these pages manually to ensure the links work correctly and display the appropriate content for each product. In the products folder, I'm going to create 2 folders, product 1 and product 2, and files named page.tsx in both folders. Now I'm going to export default function product1 and return some JSX. Let's open div elements and include in here h1 heading element with the classes text5xl, font bold, and margin bottom 4 with the content product1. And also I'm going to add here paragraph with the class textlg. As for the contents, I'm going to add here details about product 1. Then I'm going to do the same for the product 2's page. Just copy and paste the code and change the details. We need 2 instead of 1. Now that we've created the pages for product 1 and product 2, let's check the result in the browser. First, navigate to the products page by going to localhost 3000 products. You will see the links for product 1 and product 2 displayed as before. Click on the link for product 1 and it will take you to the products/product1 route. The page for product 1 is now loaded, displaying the content we defined in its page.tsx file. Similarly, if you go back to the products page and click on the product 2 link, you'll be taken to the product/product2 route, where the content for product 2 is displayed. So this demonstrates how static routes work in Next.js. Each link points to a specific page we manually created. However, as you can see, this approach works fine for a small number of products, but would quickly become unmanageable for hundreds or thousands of products. In the next step, we'll solve this problem by introducing dynamic routes to make our application scalable and efficient. Instead of creating individual files for each product, we can use a dynamic route to handle all products with a single file. Let's replace the static setup with a dynamic route. First, I'm going to delete those folders. Then in the products folder, I'm going to create a new folder named ID with square brackets. The ID folder represents a dynamic segment of the URL. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a page.tsx file. So first we need to define our product component and export it as the default export of the file. So we need export default function product. So again, here we are creating a functional component named product. By doing this, we tell Next.js that this component is responsible for rendering the page when a user visits a dynamic route like products/product1. Next, we need to accept the Params prop, which Next.js automatically provides for dynamic routes. This will allow us to access the dynamic part of the URL, such as the product ID. So we need params, then again params with ID, and the type is going to be string. So here we are destructuring the params object from the props. The params object contains the dynamic route segment values. For example, if the URL is products/product1, then params.id will hold the value product1. We have added a type definition for params using TypeScript. This ensures that params is an object with an ID property of type string. This helps catch errors during development and provides better autocomplete support. Now, we need to define what this component will render. I'm going to return some JSX that displays the product details dynamically based on the ID from the URL. So we need development, in which I'm going to open h1 with the classes text, 5XL, font bold, and margin bottom 4. Then as the content, I'm going to add product followed by params.id. Next, I'm going to open p element with the class text.lg, and as the content, I'm going to add details about product-params.id. So inside the return statement, we've added two elements, h1 and p. These elements use params.id to personalize the content for each product. Let's start testing our dynamic routes in the browser. First, navigate to the products page by going to localhost 3000 products. You will see two links displayed, product 1 and product 2. Clicking on product 1 takes you to localhost 3000 product/product1, where the page dynamically displays the heading product, product 1, and the details about product-product1. Similarly, clicking on product 2 takes you to localhost 3000 product/product2, displaying product 2 and the corresponding details. Now, let's test the flexibility of dynamic routing by manually changing the URL. Enter product 100. You will see that the page dynamically updates, displaying product 100, and details about product 100. Even though we have not explicitly created a route for product 100. Let's try another URL like product 1000. You will see it works the same way, dynamically adapting to the new route. So again, dynamic routing in Next.js allows us to create a single route that handles multiple variations. The ID folder in the app products directory acts as a placeholder for the dynamic part of the URL. When a user navigates to a URL like products/product1, Next.js automatically maps product1 to the ID property of the params object, allowing us to render dynamic content based on the URL. Now, let's take our products page to the next level by making it more dynamic. Instead of hard-coding the links for each product, we'll use an array to store the product IDs and then dynamically generate the links using the map function. This approach is not only cleaner but also scales dynamically when adding more products. To begin, we'll introduce an array called product IDs inside the products component. This array will hold the IDs of the products we want to display, such as product 1, product 2, and so on. So let's insert here product 1, product 2, and also product 3. By centralizing the product IDs in a single array, it becomes much easier to manage and update the list of products. Next, we will replace the hard-coded li elements with a map function that loops through the product IDs array. So we need product IDs dot map with a callback function and with a parameter ID. So the map function allows us to dynamically generate the li elements for each product. For every item in the product IDs array, it will create a li element containing a link to the corresponding product page. So we need li with key ID. Then we have link component. In the href attribute, I'm going to insert products / ID with a $sign. And as the content, I'm going to add ID. So each link's href attribute is constructed using the product ID, ensuring that the URLs remain consistent and accurate. Additionally, we use the product ID as the key for each li element, which helps React efficiently manage the list items. Now, instead of manually adding or removing links, we can simply update the product IDs array, and the page will automatically reflect those changes. With these modifications, our products page is now fully dynamic and scalable. Let's test the updated products page in the browser. Navigate to localhost 3000 products, and you will see the dynamically generated list of product links, product 1, product 2, and product 3. Click on any of the links, and it will take you to the corresponding dynamic route, such as products, product 1, product 2, and product 3. The content on each page updates based on the product ID, confirming that our dynamic implementation is working perfectly. Alright, so with this implementation, we've successfully explored how to create and utilize dynamic routes in Next.js. Starting from static examples, we moved to a scalable approach that dynamically generates routes and pages based on data. This method not only keeps our code clean and efficient, but also makes it incredibly easy to manage and expand. Dynamic routing is a powerful feature that brings flexibility and scalability to our projects, and now you have seen it in action. If you've been following along, we've already covered dynamic routes, which allow us to handle variations in URLs using placeholders like ID. Dynamic routes simplify the process of creating pages for unique content, such as individual products or user profiles, by letting us use a single route definition to handle multiple variations. Nested dynamic routes take this concept a step further by introducing multiple dynamic segments within a single route, enabling us to build more complex and hierarchical URL structures. This means you can create routes with dynamic parameters nested under other dynamic or static routes, reflecting real-world relationships in your application. For example, if we are working with products, you could have a route like products/product ID/reviews/review ID to display a specific review for a specific product. This structure is not only intuitive, but also keeps your application organized and scalable. Nested dynamic routes are incredibly useful for organizing and structuring your application when dealing with complex relationships between data. They allow you to keep your routes clean and meaningful by reflecting real-world hierarchies and dynamically load content based on multiple parameters. Before we dive into nested dynamic routes, let's make a quick improvement to our existing folder structure. Currently, our products ID folder handles the dynamic routes for products. While this works perfectly fine, the name ID is very general. Since we are specifically dealing with products, renaming the folder to product ID makes the purpose clearer and the code more readable. So let's start by renaming the folder. In the app products directory, rename the ID folder to product ID. This doesn't affect the routing functionality, but it makes our project structure more descriptive and easier to work with. Next, open the page.tsx file inside the renamed product ID folder. Anywhere we previously referred to ID, we need to update it to product ID. In this code, we are using params.productID to access the dynamic value from the URL. For example, if the URL is products/product1, the product ID will be product1. Next, let's update the products page to reflect this change. Open the page.tsx file and ensure the links still work correctly. Replace ID with product ID. Now, let's test everything in the browser to ensure our updates work as expected. Navigate to localhost 3000 products. You will see the dynamically generated list of product links. I mean product 1, product 2, and product 3. Click on any of the links, and it will take you to the corresponding product page, such as products/product1, product 2, or product 3. The page dynamically displays the product details using the updated product ID parameter. Alright, now that we refined our folder structure, we are ready to extend our current project to include nested dynamic routes for product reviews. Inside the dynamic folder named product ID, we'll create another dynamic folder named reviews. And then we need another folder, review ID. Since we already know how dynamic routes work, there is no need to create separate static routes for review 1, review 2, and so on. Instead, we will directly implement a nested dynamic route structure to handle reviews dynamically. Let's now create the page.tsx file inside the reviews review ID folder to display specific reviews. We need export default function, review details. Then inside here, I'm going to insert params. Then we need again params. We have to insert here product ID with a type string. And then we need review ID with the same type string. Let's return some JSX. I'm going to open div elements, in which I'm going to insert h1 heading with the similar classes that we've been using throughout the previous lectures, just to make sure that the elements are displayed on the page clearly. So we need to insert here product followed by params.productID. Then I'm going to create h2 heading element with classes text 3xl, margin bottom 2. As for the content, we need review followed by params.reviewID. And then I'm going to open p elements with the class textlg. As for the content, we need details about review. Then we have to pass here params.reviewID. For product, params.productID. So this component dynamically displays the product ID and the review ID based on the URL parameters. For instance, if the URL is products/product1/reviews/review1, the page will display details for review 1 under product 1. Now, let's add links to individual reviews in the product details page. Before we dive into the modifications, let's quickly review the current product component. Right now, our component displays details about a specific product based on the product ID extracted from the URL. We have a main heading that dynamically displays the product name using the product ID parameter and a paragraph providing details about the product. also dynamically referencing the product ID. However, now we want to enhance this component by adding a list of reviews for the product and linking each review to a nested dynamic route. To begin, let's go ahead and import the link component from Next.js. This will allow us to create links to individual review pages for the product. Next, we need to define a list of reviews for the product. For simplicity, we'll use an array called reviews, which will contain some sample review IDs like review 1, review 2, and review 3. So let's create an array and insert review 1, review 2, and review 3. Now that we have the reviews array, we can use the map function to dynamically generate li element for each review. Inside each li element, we will include a link component to navigate to this specific review page. So here is how we will do it. We need UL, then we need to open curly braces and map through the reviews array. I'm going to pass here a callback function with a parameter review, and then we have to return li element. We need key, which is going to be review, and inside the li element I'm going to insert link component. In the hrefs attribute I'm going to insert products / $ followed by params.productid / reviews / again $ review. And then let's add a couple of classes. We need text blue 500 and text LG. As the content, I'm going to insert review. Alright, so to recap what we've done here, reviews.map looked through the reviews array, generating one li element for each review ID. Dynamic hrefs attribute constructs the URL for each review dynamically using params.productid and the review ID. For example, the link for review 1 under product 1 would be products / product 1 / reviews / review 1. And finally, key attribute adds a unique key to each li to help React efficiently manage the list. Now that we've implemented nested dynamic routes, it's time to test them in the browser to ensure everything works as expected. Let's start by navigating through our product pages and testing their associated reviews. First, go to the products page at localhost 3000 products. You will see a list of dynamically generated links for products like product 1, product 2, and product 3. Click on the link for product 1 and it will take you to localhost 3000 products / product 1. On this page you will see the product details displayed along with a list of links for reviews. I mean review 1, review 2, and review 3. Now let's test one of the review links. Click on review 1 and you will navigate to reviews / review 1. The page displays a heading showing the product ID. Next we have another heading which shows the review ID. And we have a paragraph with detailed information about the specific review. So, this confirms that our nested dynamic route for the review works perfectly. Similarly, go back and test the links for review 2 and review 3. You will see the corresponding pages display the correct product and review IDs dynamically. Alright, next I'm going to test a different product. Navigate back where you will see the product details for product 2 and the same list of reviews, review 1, review 2, and review 3. Click on review 1 and it will take you to review / review 1 page. This confirms that the nested dynamic routes also work correctly for different products. Okay, now let's test how our application handles potential review IDs that are not explicitly defined in the reviews array. For example, try entering the URL reviews review 100 manually in the browser. You will see that the page dynamically displays the corresponding details for review 100. This behavior is expected because the nested dynamic route review ID can handle any review ID. whether it is explicitly included in the reviews array or not. Similarly, you can test URLs like review 500 or review 999. Each time, the application will dynamically extract the product ID and review ID from the URL and display them correctly on the page. Alright, so that's the way the nested dynamic routing works in Next.js. Let's take a moment to look at the current folder structure of our project and how it represents our routes. At the root level, we have the products folder, which includes the page.tsx file to display the list of all products at the products route. Inside the products folder, we have a dynamic folder named product ID, which handles the details of specific products at routes like product/product1. Nested within product ID is another folder named reviews, which itself contains a dynamic folder review ID. This structure allows us to handle routes like products/product1/reviews/review1 dynamically. Each segment corresponds to a meaningful part of our application, and the hierarchy reflects the relationships between products and their reviews. Alright, so to recap, nested dynamic routes in Next.js allows us to handle complex URL structures with multiple dynamic segments, making it possible to create pages for hierarchically related content, like products and their reviews. By simply organizing our folders and files in a structured way, Next.js automatically maps the folder names to dynamic segments in the URL, extracting values and passing them to our components via the Params object. This approach keeps our code clean, scalable, and easy to manage, even as our application grows in complexity. In Next.js, we already know that we can create dynamic routes using square brackets to handle different product pages dynamically. But what if we want a single route to handle multiple levels of URL segments without defining each one separately? This is where catch-all routes come in. They allow us to capture multiple URL segments dynamically within a single route definition. Instead of defining individual dynamic segments, we can use slug to let Next.js handle any number of segments at that position in the URL. Let's extend our product section by creating a flexible route that can capture multiple levels of categorization for products. Inside the app products folder, create a new folder called slug. Then, inside it, add a page.tsx file. Now that we have set up our catch-all route folder, it's time to implement the actual functionality inside page.tsx. Our goal here is to create a component that dynamically captures and displays multiple segments from the URL. Instead of manually defining routes for different product categories, we want a single page to handle URLs like those ones. Each of these segments should be extracted and displayed automatically without additional configuration. To achieve this, we will use the Params object, which allows us to access dynamic route parameters directly from the URL. The first thing we need to do is define our component and extract the dynamic parameters from the URL. So we need export default function. I'm going to call it catch all route. Then inside here we need params, followed again params. Then inside here I'm going to insert slug with string followed by the square brackets. So here we are defining a functional component. It receives props, specifically an object called params, which contains the captured segments of the URL. The slug string type annotation specifies that slug will always be an array of strings. Since this is a catch-all route, we expect multiple segments. Now that we've extracted the params object, let's create the basic structure of our component. We'll add a heading and a short description explaining that this page dynamically captures URL segments. So we need to return div elements, in which I'm going to insert h1 with some classes to make the text bigger and bolder. The content is going to be catch all route. Next, we need a paragraph with the content segments captured in the URL. Okay, after that, we need to dynamically display the segments captured in the URL. Since params.slug is an array, we will use the map method to loop through each segment and render it inside a list. So we need ul with the class empty2, and then inside here we need params.slug.map. Let's insert here a callback function with two parameters, segment and index. So we use here map to iterate over params.slug, meaning each segment in the array will be processed individually. Inside the loop, each segment should be wrapped inside a list item. We need to set the key prop to index, ensuring that each li element has a unique identifier, which helps React efficiently update the DOM. Next, I'm going to add here classes text blue 500 and text lg. As for the content, it's going to be segment. So with this setup, our component now dynamically captures and displays any number of URL segments provided after products. Now let's test it in the browser. Navigate to products/electronics/phones/iPhone. So the page will display a list showing each segment separately. We see here electronics, phones, and iPhone. Let's try modifying the URL by adding another segment such as electronics, laptops, and then MacBook. You'll see that the page dynamically updates and captures all segments in the URL. So this makes catch-all routes incredibly powerful for handling deeply nested data structures without manually defining multiple levels of dynamic routes. So far, our catch-all route works great, but there is something important to understand. If we visit products, we are not actually hitting slug. Instead, Next.js first looks for a static route that matches exactly, and since we have a products page.tsx file, it loads that page instead. Now, let's test what happens if we delete page.tsx file and then try to visit products page. Instead of loading our catch-all route, we're getting a 404 error. The reason is that slug expects at least one segment to be present in the URL. Since products has no additional segments, it doesn't match slug, leading to the 404 error. To fix this, we need to modify our catch-all route so that it also matches products even when no segments are provided. We can do this by making it an optional catch-all route. The first step is to rename our slug folder. We need to add additional square brackets. This tells Next.js that this route is optional, meaning it can match products when there are no segments, as well as deeper paths like products, electronics, and phones. Now, let's modify the page.tsx file to handle cases when no segments exist. We need to modify the type definition in our function parameters. Right now we have slug string. This means params.slug must always be an array of strings. But in an optional catch-all route, params.slug might be undefined when no segments exist. To fix this, we will update the type definition to explicitly mark slug as optional. We need to add here a question mark. So the question mark means that the slug can either be an array of strings or undefined. This prevents TypeScript errors when trying to access params.slug on products, where slug doesn't exist. Also, let's change the content of h1 heading element. We need here products. Now that we've updated the type definition, we need to handle the case when params.slug is undefined. Currently, our component assumes that params.slug always has values and tries to map through it. But when a user visits products, this would lead to an error since params.slug doesn't exist. To fix this, we will add a conditional check. We need here params.slug. We use a ternary operator to check if params.slug exists. If params.slug contains values, we display each segment dynamically. I'm going to wrap the elements with a React fragment, then cut the elements and paste them here. Now, if params.slug is undefined, meaning no segments are present, we display a fallback message. Let's say no additional segments provided. So down below we need paragraph with text LG and text gray 500. And as I said, the content is going to be no additional segments provided. So this ensures that our page works whether or not URL segments exist, making our routing system more robust. Since we've deleted the page.csx file, renamed a folder, and modified our route, we need to restart the development server for Next.js to register the changes. To do this, stop the server by pressing Ctrl+C and then restart it with npm run dev. Now let's go back to the browser and test our modifications. Visit products route. As you remember, before this resulted in a 404 error, and now it works and displays no additional segments provided. Next, let's visit products electronics. The page captures and displays the segment electronics. Now visit products electronics phones and let's say Samsung. The page correctly captures and displays all segments dynamically. Now our catch-all route is truly flexible. It works whether or not additional segments are provided. Alright, so by renaming this slug folder, we transformed our catch-all route into an optional catch-all route. This allows it to match products without requiring additional URL segments. Now we have a fully working optional catch-all route that dynamically handles both structured paths and empty base routes without errors. So this update gives our application greater flexibility, allowing it to handle both deeply nested paths and base routes without extra configuration. With this approach, our routing system adapts dynamically to different URL structures, and it ensures smooth navigation as our project grows. In any web application, users sometimes land on pages that don't exist. This can happen for many reasons. Mistyped URLs, a user enters an incorrect web address by accident, deleted or moved pages, a page that previously existed has been removed or relocated, and broken links, internal or external links that point to pages that are no longer available. When this happens, Next.js automatically shows a default 404 error page. While functional, this page is plain and generic. It doesn't match our design or branding. That's where custom not found pages come in. By creating our own 404 page, we can make the error page visually appealing to match the website's style, improve user experience by guiding users back to relevant pages, and keep branding consistent across all pages, even errors. A good 404 page isn't just about telling users that something is missing. It's about helping them find their way back to the right content instead of leaving the site. In Next.js, we can override the default 404 page by creating a special file called notfound.tsx inside the app directory. This file will be automatically used whenever a user visits an undefined route. In Next.js, the file name for a custom notfound page must be exactly notfound.tsx or JS if you're using JavaScript. This is a special reserved file name that Next.js automatically recognizes and uses whenever a user lands on a non-existing route. If you name the file something different, Next.js won't apply it as the 404 page, and you will still see the default error page. Now, let's build the custom not found page with a simple but user-friendly design. I'm going to export default function not found, and then I'm going to return some JSX. Let's open development with some classes, hScreen, flex, then change the flex direction, make it column. Also we need items center, justify center. Then I'm going to place the text in the center and also change the background, make it black with 90% opacity. Then I'm going to open h1 heading element with the classes text 9XL, font bold. Then make the color of the text red 500 and also create some margin at the bottom equal to 4. As the content, I'm going to add here 404. Then I'm going to open H2 heading element. Let's set classes text to Excel, font semi-bold. Then we need text white and margin at the bottom equal to 2. The content is going to be page not found. Then I'm going to add here paragraph with the classes text LG, text gray 200, and margin bottom 6. As for the content, it's going to be sorry, the page you're looking for doesn't exist. After that, I'm going to use link components. So let's first import link from next link and then use it down below. I'm going to specify href attribute as a slash. We need this link component to make the people go back to the home page. Next, we need some classes px, y, py3. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be blue, 500. Make the text white. Then I'm going to make the button rounded. Also, let's set text to LG, font medium, and then add a little hover effect. Let's change background, make it blue, 600, and also add transition. As for the content, it's going to be go back home. Okay, so now that our custom 404 page is ready, let's go ahead and test it. Open the browser and try visiting a non-existing page such as localhost 3000 random page. Now, instead of the default Next.js 404 page, you'll now see our custom 404 page with a properly designed layout. Let's click the Go Back Home button to confirm that it correctly redirects to the home page. Okay, so at this point, we've successfully replaced Next.js generic error page with one that looks professional and improves user experience. But what if we want to manually trigger a not found page in a specific situation? Let's see how we can do that. Sometimes we don't just want a show a not found page for missing URLs. We might also want to trigger it manually when certain conditions are met. For example, let's say we have a blog page with dynamic routes for different posts. If a user tries to visit a non-existing blog post, we can display our not found page instead of an empty or broken page. Let's demonstrate this using a blog page. First, create a dynamic blog route where users can visit posts like blog 1, blog 2, and so on. We need a folder called blog. Then inside here, we need to create dynamic blog route. Let's call it blog ID. And inside here, we need page.tsx file. So for now, we don't need to create a page.tsx file inside the blog folder because our focus is on handling not found pages rather than building a full blog structure. Since we're only working with individual blog posts using dynamic routing, visiting blog will result in a not found page. So now I'm going to export default function blog post, and inside here we need params objects. Then we need again params, and inside here I'm going to add blog ID, which is going to be string. Then let's return some JSX, open development, in which we need h1 heading with the classes text 5xl, font bold, and margin bottom 4. As for the content, I'm going to add here blog with params.blogid. Next, we need paragraph with the class text.lg. As for the content, it's going to be details about blog, and we need here params.blogid. So at this point, we have our dynamic blog post route set up, and before adding any not found functionality, let's go ahead and test what we have so far in the browser. If we navigate to blog 1, this should display the blog post page with the correct content for blog ID 1. Let's try blog 100 or blog 999. So as you can see, it works fine. Now that our dynamic blog pages are working correctly, let's add some logic to handle cases where a blog post doesn't exist. Instead of always displaying a blog post no matter the ID, we will introduce a condition that will trigger our not found page if the blog ID is greater than, let's say, 100. This will simulate a scenario where we only have a limited number of blog posts and any request beyond that range should return a not found error. To do this, we first need to import the not found function from next/navigation. The next navigation module provides several navigation utilities for managing page transitions and handling redirects in Next.js. Since we are working with a server component, we can directly import and use not found to programmatically trigger a not found response. Now, let's modify our component and add a simple condition. We'll check if the blog ID parameter is greater than 100. So we need if statement where we have to specify parse int params.blogid greater than 100. If this condition is true, we will call the not found function. This function allows us to immediately stop rendering the current component and redirect the user to the not found page. So here is how this code works. First, we take the blog ID from the params object. Since route parameters are always strings, we need to convert blog ID into a number using parse int. Then we compare it to 100. If the value is greater than 100, the not found function is executed, which prevents the component from rendering and instead displays the not found page. Now let's test this in the browser to see it in action. Start by visiting blog/1, then blog/10, and then test blog/100. All these pages work normally because their IDs are within the valid range. Now let's try visiting blog101. Instead of showing a blog post, Next.js will automatically display our custom not found page. This confirms that our logic is working correctly. If a blog post doesn't exist, we are handling it by redirecting users to an appropriate error page. So far, we have successfully implemented our not found page, and we have also used not found function inside our dynamic blog route to handle missing blog posts. Right now, when a user tries to visit a blog post with an ID greater than 100, they are redirected to our not found page. Actually, this works, but let's take it one step further and dynamically update the message on our not found page based on the route the user is on. To achieve this, we will use the usePathName hook, which allows us to access the current URL path inside a client component. This way, instead of displaying a generic page not found message, we can show the exact URL the user tried to visit, making the error page more informative. So again, we're going to use the usePathName hook from Next navigation, which allows us to access the current route inside a component. This is particularly useful when handling not found pages because it enables us to display the incorrect URL the user attempted to visit. However, since usePathName is a React hook, it only works in client components. By default, Next.js components are server components unless specified otherwise. This means that if we try to use usePathName inside a server component, we will run into an error. To ensure our not found page functions correctly, we need to explicitly declare it as a client component by adding useClient at the very top of the file. Once we do this, the usePathName hook will work as expected, allowing us to capture the incorrect route dynamically and display it to the user. First, we have to import usePathName from Next navigation, and then we have to create a variable pathname, and we have to use usePathName hook. So in this line of code, we are using the usePathName hook to retrieve the current URL path that the user is on. This hook returns the path name of the current URL as a string without the domain. This means that if a user visits localhost 3000 blog 150, path name will be equal to blog 150. Now, I'm going to add here a span element with some classes, let's say text Excel, font bold, then text red 500, and I'm going to insert here path name. So path name takes the value returned by usePathName hook and inserts it directly into the rendered content. Now let's go ahead and test our updated not found page. I'm going to visit random page in the browser. Instead of a generic error message, the page will display, sorry, the page random page doesn't exist. Now let's visit blog 150. You will now see, sorry, the page blog 150 doesn't exist. Alright, while the global not found page works well, there is one problem. It treats every missing page the same way. But what if we wanted to show a more blog-specific error message when a user tries to visit a non-existing blog post? For example, instead of just saying page not found, we could say something more relevant, like this blog post doesn't exist, check out other articles below, or something else. In order to achieve this, we will create a custom not found page inside the blog ID directory. I'm going to copy our current not found page and paste it into the blog ID folder. And then I'm going to modify it slightly. Let's go ahead and remove use pathname import. Also, I'm going to remove pathname variable. Then make the text of the h1 element 6XL. Also, I'm going to change the content of the h2 heading element. It's going to be ops. This blog post doesn't exist. As for the content of the paragraph, I'm going to insert here. Looks like this blog post is missing or has been removed. Now let's go ahead and test how this custom not found page works for blog posts. I'm going to visit blog 10. This still displays the normal blog post page. Now let's go ahead and visit blog 150. Now instead of the global not found page, we see the blog specific not found page with a message like, oops, this blog post doesn't exist. Now let's visit random page. This still shows the global not found page since it's not inside the blog route. Now our application is even more user-friendly as blog errors now display a more relevant message rather than a generic not found page. Alright, so we successfully explored different ways to customize not found pages in Next.js 15. By implementing these improvements, we now have a fully dynamic not found handling system, ensuring that users always see the most relevant message when they visit a missing page. As our project grows, managing files efficiently becomes crucial. In Next.js 15, the file-based routing system already provides a structured way to organize our application. But beyond that, we can improve our project maintainability by using file colocation. File colocation is the practice of keeping related files together in the same directory. Instead of separating components, utilities, and logic into different global folders, we place them next to the pages or components they belong to. This approach has several benefits. All the necessary files for a specific feature are in one place, no need to navigate deep folder structures, and as the project grows, the structure remains clean and organized. Let's take a look at how we can apply file colocation in our project using the blog section. Right now, our blog section looks like this. This works fine, but everything related to displaying a blog post is inside page.csx. If we want to add additional logic, such as extracting the content into a separate component for better structure, colocation can help. So as I said, right now all the blog post content is inside page.tsx. Instead of keeping everything in one file, we can extract the content into a separate component to make our code cleaner. Let's go ahead and create a new file inside blog ID. called blockcontent.tsx. Then we need to create a new component, export default function, block content, and inside here I'm going to pass block ID. Then we need to specify the type. It's going to be string. And then let's return some JSX. I'm going to open div elements, in which I'm going to insert h1 with some classes, text 5XL, font bold, and margin bottom 4. As for the content, let's insert here blog post with block ID. Next we need paragraph with text LG. And as the content, I'm going to insert here, this is the content of blog post followed by blog ID. The blog content component receives blog ID as a prop, which determines which blog post is displayed. The type string ensures that the prop must always be a string. This extracted component will now handle the rendering of blog content, making page.tsx much simpler and more focused on routing. So again, our main page.tsx file remains simple, and instead of handling everything inside it, we can just import and use blockcontent.tsx. And then we have to nest it. We need blog ID, which is going to be equal to params.blog ID. So here we import blog content and pass params.blog ID as a prop. The value of params.blog ID is automatically extracted from the URL, meaning that when a user navigates to blog 10, the blog ID prop will be 10. This approach keeps page.tsx minimal, ensuring that it only manages routing, while blockcontent.tsx handles the UI. Now that we've refactored our blog page, let's test how it works in the browser. First, let's navigate to blog/10. As you can see, it displays the correct blog post title, dynamically generated from params.blog ID. Next, let's try visiting blog 20. Now the same layout appears, but now it displays blog post 20. Since we're passing params.blog ID dynamically, the component properly updates the content based on the route. Now let's check something important. Does blockcontent.tsx function as a route on its own? To test this, let's attempt to visit blog/10/blog-content. Instead of seeing the blog content, we get a 404 error. At this point, you might be wondering, why does navigating to blog/10/blog-content result in a 404 error, even though blockcontent.tsx exists in the blog ID folder? The reason is Next.js follows a file-based routing system, but not every file becomes a route. Only specific files like page.tsx define routes. Blockcontent.tsx is just a component, meaning it can be imported and used inside page.tsx, but it doesn't define its own standalone route. That's why when we try to access block content, Next.js doesn't recognize it as a valid path and returns a 404 error. This is an important takeaway when using file colocation. Just because a file is inside a folder doesn't mean it automatically becomes a route. Only files that follow Next.js routing conventions will be accessible via the browser. So we successfully explored file colocation in Next.js 15 and how it helps organize related files together. We separated the blog content into a separate component, blockcontent.tsx, keeping all related files inside the blog ID folder. By applying file colocation, we ensure that our project remains organized and scalable, making it easier to maintain in the long run. As our project grows, keeping our files organized and maintainable becomes more and more important. In Next.js 15, we use a file-based routing system, where any file inside the app directory can become a route. However, sometimes we need to keep certain files private, files that should not be directly accessible as routes in the browser. That's where private folders come in. They allow us to store utilities, helper functions, and reusable components inside the app directory. without exposing them as routes. In real-world projects, we often have files that serve an internal purpose, but should not be accessible through the browser. There are several types of files that should remain private. Utility functions. Functions that format dates, fetch data, or process user inputs. API wrappers. Helper functions that interact with external APIs but don't need their own route. Shared components. Components like buttons, modals, or sidebars that should be used within pages but not exist as separate pages themselves. And configuration files. Files that contain app settings, constants, or metadata. If we don't use private folders, we might end up with a messy project structure, where unnecessary files become routable, leading to potential security risks and disorganization. Next.js 15 ignores any folder that starts with an underscore, treating it as a private folder. This means that any file inside a folder like utils, helpers, or config will not be accessible as a route. For example, if we create a folder underscore utils inside the app, any files inside it won't be treated as routes. Even though utils is inside the app folder, it will not be a route, and visiting blog/_utils in the browser will result in a 404 error. To see this in action, let's add a private folder to our current project. Inside app directory, I'm going to create a new folder called _utils. Inside it, create a file called formatdate.ts. Next, we're going to create a utility function that will format dates into a more readable format. This function will be placed inside our private _utils folder, making it reusable across our project without exposing it as a route. So we need export function format date. Then as the parameter, I'm going to insert date, which is going to be string. Then we need again string. So the function receives a single parameter, date, which is of type string. It will return a formatted string representing the date in a human-readable way. Inside the function, we have to create an options object that specifies how we want to format the date. The type of this object will be internationalization.date time format options. It is a built-in TypeScript type for date formatting. Then inside here we need year with a value numeric. It displays the year in numeric form like 2025. Then we need month with the value long. It displays the full month name like January. And then we need day with again numeric. It displays the day of the month like 1, 2, 3 and so on. Now we have to convert the string input into a JavaScript date object and apply our formatting options. We need to return new date with date. It converts the input date string into a date object. Then we need a method called toLocalDateString. It converts the date object into a formatted string using en us and then options. So this ensures the output is in the US English format. Options applies the formatting options we defined earlier. Alright, so right now this file exists inside our project, but it's not exposed as a route. It simply acts as a helper function that we can use in different parts of our app. Now that we have our private utility function, let's use it inside blockcontext.tsx file to format a publication date. First of all, I'm going to import format date from @app, then _utils format date. In Next.js 15, we use @sign as an alias for the root app directory, which allows us to write cleaner and more readable imports. Instead of using long relative paths like this one, we can simply use this path. Next, I'm going to create a variable which will be the published date of the blog post. So we need variable published date. And then let's insert here 2025 0101. Next, I'm going to insert here a paragraph with some classes, let's say text gray 500, then text LG. As the content, I'm going to insert published on. Then we have to call function format date. And as the argument, I'm going to insert here published date variable. So here we imported the format date function from our private folder and we use it to format a sample date. Now, if we go to the browser and visit blog/10, the page should display blog post 10 published on January 1st, 2025, and this is the content of blog post 10. This proves that our private _utils folder is working correctly without exposing unnecessary routes. Now, let's test if utils is truly private by trying to access it in the browser. We have already seen that visiting blog 10 loads the blog post correctly and the formatted date appears. Now let's try visiting blog/utils/formatdate.ts. You will get a 404 error. This confirms that private folders do not expose their contents as routes. As projects grow, managing files efficiently becomes essential. Using private folders allows us to group related files together, making the project more structured and easier to maintain. Since we are still in the early stages of working with Next.js 15, many concepts might feel new and unfamiliar. As we continue, we'll get more comfortable with structuring our project efficiently. However, to develop a good understanding of private folders and their role, it's useful to explore some common use cases for them. Even though we won't need all of these right away, having a basic sense of how to organize private files will help us as our project grows. So, let's take a look at some practical examples of how private folders can be used in large-scale applications. Here are some common ways to organize private folders. Utility functions are reusable helpers that handle common tasks such as formatting dates, data validation, or making API requests. Keeping them inside a private utils folder ensures they remain accessible while preventing unnecessary clutter in the main directory. If your project communicates with external APIs, it is a good practice to separate API-related logic into a dedicated API folder. This keeps API functions well organized and ensures that requests are managed in one place. Some components like buttons, modals, or navigation bars are used across multiple pages but don't need to be individual routes. By placing them inside a private components folder, we keep them reusable while avoiding unnecessary page creation. Alright, so we've seen how private folders allow us to keep internal files hidden from the routing system while still making them accessible within our project. By creating a _utils folder, we successfully stored a reusable function without exposing it as a route. We also tested it in the browser to confirm that it remains private. This approach ensures that utility functions and other internal files stay organized and modular, making our project easier to manage. In modern web applications, keeping our project structure clean and scalable is essential. As we build larger applications, we often need to group related pages together to keep things organized. However, sometimes we don't want these folder names to appear in the URL. In Next.js 15, the file-based routing system automatically includes folder names in the URL path. But what if we want to organize pages internally while keeping our URLs short and clean? That's where route groups come in. In this part, we will explore what route groups are, when to use them, and how they help us manage a better project structure in Next.js. Let's start with a real-world scenario. Imagine we are building an admin dashboard where administrators can manage users and view analytics. Naturally, we might structure our files like this. This approach makes sense because all admin-related pages are grouped inside the admin folder. Now, if we visit admin/users, we will see the users page. and admin/analytics loads the analytics page. This works, but there is a problem. Do we really need admin in the URL? And what if we want to organize admin-related pages without exposing admin in the path? Long URLs can be unnecessary, especially when admin is just a way to organize files internally. If there is no functional need to include admin in the URL, we should remove it. Inside the app directory, I'm going to create a new folder called admin. Inside admin, create two subfolders, users and analytics. Then inside admin users, create a page.tsx file and add the following code. We need export default function, users page, and then return some JSX, open div elements, and include here h1 with some classes, text 5xl, font bold, and margin bottom 4, and then add here the content users page. Next we need a paragraph with text lg, and with the content manage all registered users here. Then inside the analytics folder, I'm going to create page.tsx file, then copy the code from the users page and modify it like so. We need the name analytics page. As for the contents of the h1 heading element, it's going to be analytics page, and then change the content of the paragraph. We need view, website, traffic, and performance data. Now let's go to the browser and visit the following URLs. admin/users. As you can see, it displays the users page. Now if we visit admin/analytics, it will display the analytics page. So everything is working correctly, but we still have admin in the URL. Let's say we want to keep our project structured but remove the admin segment from the URL. This is where route groups come in. In Next.js 15, we can create route groups by wrapping folders in parentheses. This allows us to organize files without affecting the URL structure. To apply this, let's rename the admin folder. Even though the admin folder still groups our files together internally, it is now treated as a route group, meaning it will no longer appear in the URL. Now let's go to the browser and check the updated URLs. If we visit localhost 3000/users, it will display the users page. In the same way, if we visit localhost 3000/analytics, it will display the analytics page. So the pages work just like before, but the admin segment is completely gone from the URL. This is the power of route groups. They allow us to structure files without exposing unnecessary folder names in the URL. Now, when should we use route groups? Using route groups makes sense in situations like organizing large projects. When your project structure becomes complex, grouping related files keeps things manageable. Hiding internal folder names. If you want to structure your project neatly but keep URLs clean. Structuring role-based access. If your app has different views for users and admins, route groups help separate and organize them without affecting the URL. And building admin panels. Admin pages can be grouped together without the admin prefix appearing in the URL. Route groups help us structure files in Next.js without affecting the URL, allowing us to organize our project more efficiently. When we wrap a folder in parentheses like admin, it won't appear in the route path, keeping URLs clean and user-friendly. This approach enhances project maintainability, making it easier to manage and scale as the application grows. It's especially useful for structuring large-scale applications where different sections need to be grouped logically. By leveraging route groups, we ensure that our Next.js 15 application remains well-organized, scalable, and easy to navigate without unnecessary URL segments. Now that we have built a solid understanding of routing and project structure, it's time to explore layouts in Next.js. Layouts provide a powerful way to define a shared structure across multiple pages without repeating code. Instead of adding elements like headers and footers to every page manually, we can use a layout.tsx or layout.js file that wraps all pages in a consistent layout. By implementing layouts, we ensure that our project is structured, maintainable, and scalable while reducing code duplication. This is especially useful when working on larger projects where multiple pages need to share the same UI elements. So, as I said already, in Next.js, layouts are defined using layout.tsx or layout.js files inside route folders. These files act as wrappers for the child pages, providing a shared UI structure. By default, every Next.js project includes a global layout.tsx inside the app directory, which applies to all pages in the project. Let's take a look at the default layout.tsx file that Next.js provides when we create a new project. This file serves as the global layout for our project. Let's break it down step by step. The first part of the code imports necessary dependencies. Metadata from Next allows us to define SEO-related metadata like the page title and description. Then we import Google fonts, specifically Gaze Sans and Gaze Mono, using Next font Google. These fonts are assigned to CSS variables, making them accessible throughout the project. The globals.css file is imported as well, which will contain global styles applied across the entire application. Next, we define the metadata object, which sets the title and description of the website. This helps ensure a well-structured document and improves SEO. Finally, we define the root layout component. Inside the HTML tag, we set the language to English with lang.en. The body tag applies the imported fonts and contains children, which represents the current page content. This means that every page in our app will be wrapped inside this layout, ensuring that global styles and structures remain consistent across all pages. For this section, I have created a new Next.js app to keep things clean and focused on layouts. After setting up the project, I removed unnecessary files such as default styles, boilerplate components, and any placeholder content generated by Next.js. This ensures that we start with a minimal setup, making it easier to follow along as we build and structure our layouts step by step. Before diving into layouts, we first need some pages to work with. First, I'm going to open page.tsx file and add the following code: export default function home, and then I'm going to return div element with the classes text 5xl, font bold, and with the content this is home page. Now let's create two new pages inside our app directory: an about page and a blog page. Inside the about folder, I'm going to create a page.tsx file. Then I'm going to copy the code from the home page, paste it here. I'm going to change the name of the function. It's going to be about. And then we need to change the content of the div element. It's going to be this is about page. Now I'm going to create a new file in the blog folder. Let's call it page.tsx. Paste here the same code and change the function name. We need blog. And then change the content. This is blog page. Alright, let's go ahead and open the layout.tsx file inside the app directory and modify it to include a header, navigation, and footer. First of all, I'm going to change the metadata. We need here title, Next.js, layout example. As for the description, I'm going to insert here, let's say, understanding layouts in Next.js 15. Next, I'm going to get rid of children from here and insert header with the classes bg blue, 950, text white, and padding 4. Inside the header element, I'm going to open nav elements with the classes flex, gap x6. Then inside the navigation, I'm going to create a couple of different links. We need link components with the hrefs attribute. is going to be root route. And also add here class name, text LG. The link is going to be for homepage. Then we need to import link component from Next.js. I'm going to duplicate link twice. Let's change the href attribute. We need here about. And also change the href for the third link. We need blog, and change the content of the link. Make it blog. Alright, after that I'm going to create main element with a class name p6. And I'm going to insert here children. Again, children represents the current page content. After the main element, I'm going to open footer. Let's add to the footer some classes. We need PG blue, 950. Then I'm going to make the text white. Also create padding, P4, center the text. Next, I'm going to change the position, make it absolute. I'm going to place the footer at the bottom using bottom 0, and then we need width full, meaning with 100%. As the content, I'm going to insert here a paragraph with some copyright text. We need a copyright sign. Then I'm going to generate a current year using new date object, followed by the get full year method. Then we need here my website, all rights reserved. All right, let's go to the browser. So right now we are on localhost 3000. This is the home page. So we have here a header, then main contents, and down below you can see the footer. Let's click the about link. Now we are on localhost 3000/about. Here you will see the content from our about page inside the main section, while the header and footer remain unchanged, providing a seamless navigation experience. Similarly, when visiting the blog page, the main section updates to show the content of our blog component, but everything outside of it, including the navigation bar and footer, stays intact. As you navigate between these pages, you will notice there is no full page reload. This is because Next.js efficiently updates only the main section, keeping the layout elements persistent. This is the power of layouts, defining a shared UI structure once and applying it across all pages. Instead of manually including the same header and footer on every page, our layout.tsx file ensures that these elements are always present, automatically wrapping our page content. By structuring our project this way, we separate global UI elements from page-specific content, keeping our code clean and maintainable. This is especially beneficial as our application scales because any changes to the layout, such as updating the navigation menu or modifying the footer, only need to be made in one place, rather than across multiple pages. Once we explored layouts in Next.js, we saw how they allow us to define a shared UI structure that applies across multiple pages. This makes it easy to maintain consistency with global elements like headers, footers, and navigation menus. However, what if we need different layouts for different sections of our site? This is where nested layouts come in. Nested layouts allow us to apply section-specific layouts while still inheriting the global layout. For example, our blog section might have a unique structure that differs from the rest of our application. Instead of manually styling each blog page separately, we can define a layout specifically for the blog section and automatically wrap all blog pages inside it. For the demonstration how the nested layouts work in Next.js, we will continue working on the project we created in the previous part. If you haven't followed along, we already have a global layout in layout.tsx file, which applies to our entire project. Now let's focus on the blog section and create a nested layout inside the blog folder. I'm going to create a new file. Let's call it layout.tsx. And inside here, I'm going to add the following code. We need export default function blog layout. We need to pass here children. Then we need the type of this parameter, so I'm going to use this suggestion. And inside here, I'm going to return div element. Let's add to it class name p6. Then inside the div element, I'm going to open h1 with the classes text for Excel, font bold, and margin bottom 4 with the text block section. Then after h1 heading element, I'm going to add here div with the classes border top and padding top 4. Here we need to insert children. Alright, so here is what's happening in this file. This layout.tsx file defines a nested layout that applies only to the blog section. It wraps all blog related pages in this development where we have children. We've added a title blog section which will appear at the top of every page inside blog. Again, children ensures that all child pages inside blog are wrapped in this layout. Now that we have set up our blog layout, we need to add some pages inside the blog folder. So inside the blog, I'm going to create a new folder. Let's call it post. And inside this folder, I'm going to create page.tsx file. Let's add here export defaults function, blog post. Inside here, I'm going to return a div element with the class name text to Excel and add here the text. This is a blog post. Alright, now I'm going to modify the blog page, which will be responsible for rendering the welcome message and provide a link to a blog post. Let's go ahead and open the page.tsx file, which is the part of blog folder. I'm going to cut this element, then add here div. Inside the div elements, I'm going to paste back div elements and I'm going to change this text. Let's add here welcome to the blog. Check out our latest post. Then after this development, I'm going to add here link. Let's import link from next/link. I'm going to add here href attribute, and we need here /blog/post. Then let's add here classes text blue 500 text Excel. Also we need here inline block and then margin top 4. Let's insert here read post. Okay, let's go to the browser. So we are on the home page right now. Let's go to the blog page. So here we see our blog page displaying the message, welcome to the blog, check out our latest post. Also we have here blog section heading, which comes from the layout.tsx file, which is placed in the blog section. I'm in the blog folder. This confirms that the nested layout is working. Next, I'm going to click the read post link to go to blog/post page. Here we see our blog post page, but the blog section heading remains visible, confirming that the blog layout persists across all blog-related pages. This proves that our nested layout successfully wraps multiple pages within the same section while keeping our global layout intact. At this point, we now have two levels of layouts in our project: the global layout, which wraps the entire application, and the nested blog layout, which applies only to the blog section. When a user visits blog section, Next.js first applies the global layout, then applies the blog layout, and finally renders blog/page.tsx. When a user visits blog/post, Next.js follows the same process. Global layout is applied first, then the blog layout is applied, and finally the post page inside blog/post/page.tsx is rendered. This layout hierarchy ensures that sections of our application can have consistent UI while still allowing custom structures where needed. Nested layouts are extremely beneficial for structuring large applications. They allow us to keep different sections of the website organized, avoid duplicating UI elements like section headers, and ensure that updates to a specific layout apply across all relevant pages. For example, if we ever need to modify the blog layout, we only have to update layout.tsx file in that blog folder, and all blog-related pages will automatically reflect the changes. With this, we have successfully implemented nested layouts in Next.js 15. Once we've explored layouts and nested layouts, we've seen how they help structure our application by providing a shared UI across multiple pages. However, there are cases where different sections of our website require completely separate layouts. This is where multiple root layouts come in. In many web applications, different sections have distinct designs and functionality. For example, admin dashboard and public pages. The admin panel usually has a sidebar navigation, while the main website has a standard navbar. Authentication pages. Login and sign-up pages often have a minimal UI without a navigation bar or footer. Marketing and user dashboard. A website's main landing pages may look completely different from the authenticated user's dashboard. By using multiple root layouts, we can create completely separate layouts for different sections of our application while keeping them well structured and easy to manage. In Next.js, every root layout.tsx file inside a route folder defines a separate root layout. Unlike nested layouts, which inherit from the root layout, multiple root layouts exist independently and do not share UI elements unless explicitly imported. This means that each layout file sets up its own structure, including headers, footers, styling, and metadata. Sections using different root layouts will have no connection to each other unless we specifically link them. Now, let's see this in action by creating separate root layouts for authentication pages like login and register, and for the main website content. To demonstrate how multiple root layouts work in Next.js 15, let's first create a new route group called auth. I'm going to create here new route group. This will contain our authentication pages, keeping them separate from the rest of the website. As you remember from the previous parts, route groups in Next.js 15 allow us to organize our project structure without affecting the URL. By wrapping a folder name in parentheses, like this one, we create a logical grouping that helps keep related files together, while keeping the URL clean. Unlike regular folders, route groups do not appear in the final route path, meaning that pages inside auth folder will still be accessible at /login and /register, rather than /auth/login or /auth/register. This makes route groups an excellent way to manage different sections of our application without cluttering the URL structure. Now, inside the auth folder, I'm going to create two new folders. The first one for login and the second one for register. Now let's add page.tsx files inside each folder. So I'm going to create here page.tsx and then create the same file here in the register folder. We need page.tsx. Now here we need export default function login. I'm going to return a div element with the classes text 5XL, font bold, and then we need here this is login page. I'm going to copy this code, paste it here, change the function name, it's going to be register, and then we need here register page. So at this point we have two separate pages for authentication. However, they currently use the global root layout from our project. Since we want the authentication pages to have a unique layout, we need to create a new root layout specifically for them. Inside the auth folder, I'm going to create a new file, which is going to be layout.tsx. Then I'm going to copy the code from our global layout.tsx file. I'm in this file. Let's copy the code, paste it here. I'm going to modify the code. So the first thing that we need here is a dot, because we have to exit the current folder. Then I'm going to change the metadata. So I'm going to add here Next.js, multiple routes, layouts example. Then we need understanding, multiple routes, layouts in Next.js 15. Then I'm going to change the name of the route layout function. It's going to be auth layout. And now I'm going to get rid of this content from here. Then I'm going to open header with the classes PG yellow 300 and padding 4. Inside the header, I'm going to open nav elements. Let's add to it some classes. We need here flex and gap x6. Inside the nav element, I'm going to open link with the href attributes. It's going to be slash. Then we need class name. I'm going to add here text LG font bold. Let's make sure that the link is imported. Here we have it. I'm going to add here login. Then I'm going to duplicate link elements. We need here not slash but login. As for the second link element, we need here register. And also we need to change the content. We need register. Right after header, I'm going to add main with the class p6. And inside here, we need children. Okay, so this file defines a new route layout specifically for authentication pages. The layout includes a yellow header with navigation links for login and register. The children component ensures that the login and register pages render inside this layout. Next, we need to create a separate layout for the main content pages, such as about and blog. To keep things structured, let's create a new folder called main. We need another route group, main. Inside this folder, I'm going to move those files and folders. Let's move about, then move blog. If you have any trouble with moving those folders into the main folder, then I recommend to stop the development server, move the folder, and then rerun the development server again. Alright, so after that, I'm going to move the layout.tsx file in the main folder and also the page.tsx file. Next, I'm going to modify the layout.tsx file. We need to add here dots. Then I'm going to change the name of the function. It's going to be main layout. So this is now the main layout for all public pages. And now that we have set up two separate route layouts, let's test them in the browser and observe how they function independently. So first, we are on localhost 3000. This loads our main layout, which includes the blue navbar at the top. The homepage content is displayed inside the main section, while the layout structure, including the navigation bar, remains consistent. Next, let's navigate to the localhost 3000 about. You will notice that the layout remains the same as the homepage. The header, main section, and footer stay intact, and the only content inside main updates dynamically to show the about page. This confirms that our layout.tsx, which is in main folder, is wrapping all the pages inside this group. The same applies when we visit the blog section. The blog page. The layout remains unchanged, but the content updates to display the blog page. Now, let's go ahead and visit localhost 3000/login. This time, the UI looks completely different. The blue navigation bar is gone, and instead we see a yellow header with navigation links for login and register. This proves that our auth layout.tsx is applied exclusively to the authentication section, separating it from the rest of the application. Since this layout does not inherit anything from the main layout, it has its own independent structure. Similarly, when we navigate to localhost 3000 register, the same authentication layout persists, ensuring a consistent UI experience for all authentication-related pages. The login and register pages remain separate from the main content layout, highlighting the independence of root layouts. This behavior demonstrates how multiple root layouts work in Next.js 15. Each root layout operates independently, meaning elements like headers, navigations, and footers are not shared between them unless explicitly imported. This is particularly useful when different sections of an application require unique designs, such as authentication pages, dashboards, or user-specific areas. With this approach, we maintain a clean and organized project structure while ensuring that different parts of the site have distinct layouts that best serve their purpose. As we build our Next.js application, metadata plays an essential role in improving SEO, accessibility, and search engine visibility. Metadata is information about a web page that helps browsers, search engines, and social media platforms understand its content. Without proper metadata, our pages might not display meaningful information in search results, or might lack the descriptive elements needed for accessibility and sharing. Next.js 15 automatically generates metadata using the metadata object inside layout.tsx. This replaces the need to manually edit the head section of an HTML file like we used to do in traditional web development. Instead of adding meta tags manually inside a head component, we now define metadata as an object, and Next.js takes care of injecting the correct meta tags into the page. Right now, we already have metadata defined inside layout.tsx files located in both the main and auth route groups. Let's go ahead and modify slightly the metadata objects for both layouts. I'm going to change the title. Let's add here Next.js auth layout example. And then in the second layout file, I'm going to add here Next.js main layout example. Now I'm going to examine the current metadata setup and see how it appears in the browser. Let's go to the browser and inspect the page. We need to go to the Elements tab, then drop down Head Elements, and find the title. So as you can see, we have here title, Next.js main layout example. And down below you can see meta tag with name description, and the content is understanding layouts in Next.js 15. Now I'm going to visit localhost 3000/login, then check again head elements and find the title and description. So we see here title with the content Next.js auth layout example. Down below we can see meta tag with the name description, and we can see here the content understanding multiple root layouts in Next.js 15. So at this point, we have confirmed that each section of our site has independent metadata, thanks to multiple root layouts. Now let's modify these metadata objects to better structure them. First, I'm going to update the metadata object of the layout file inside the main route group. So here I'm going to change the title. Let's add here Next.js main layout, get rid of example from here. Then the description is going to be exploring metadata in Next.js 15. Next, I'm going to add here another property, which is going to be keywords. Let's add here an array and insert here Next.js. Then I'm going to add, let's say, React. I'm going to use this suggestion. TypeScript and Tailwind CSS. So the keywords property specifies a list of relevant keywords for the page. These keywords help search engines understand what the page is about. However, modern search engines like Google no longer rely heavily on this field for ranking purposes, as they now focus more on content and user experience. That said, some smaller search engines and tools may still consider it useful. After that, I'm going to add another property called others. Let's add here an array in which I'm going to add an object. So we need here name. Let's insert here code and create. And then I'm going to add here URL of the website. Let's add here HTTPS. Let's use this URL, change com into dev. So the authors property provides information about the authors of the page. This metadata is particularly useful for content-driven applications like blogs, documentation sites, or multi-author platforms. It takes an array of objects, each containing the name of the author and an optional URL that links to their website or profile. Next, we need here robots. I'm going to use index and follow. So the robots property tells search engines how to index and follow links on the page. This is particularly important for SEO because it helps control how search engines interact with the page. We have several possible values. You see here two of them, index and follow. Index means that the page should be indexed by search engines. As for the follow, it means that search engines should follow links on the page and index linked pages. We might have here no index, which means that the page should not be indexed, and also no follow, which means that search engines should not follow the links on the page. In this case, I'm going to leave here index and follow. And finally, I'm going to add here viewport with those values. I mean width equal to device width and initial scale 1.0. The viewport property controls how the page is displayed on different screen sizes and devices. It ensures the website is responsive, adapting to mobile, tablet, and desktop screens properly. The first value, width equal to device width, means that the width of the viewport matches the device's screen width. As for the second value, which is initial scale equal to 1.0, it means that the page is displayed at a normal zoom level when first loaded. This prevents users from having to pinch to zoom on mobile devices and make sure content scales correctly. Each of these properties contributes to SEO, accessibility, and user experience. While some are more relevant for search engines like robots and keywords, others improve usability, like viewport. Now that we have modified the metadata for our main layout, let's test it in the browser to ensure that everything is working correctly. I'm going to go to the browser and visit localhost 3000, which is the main homepage. Then check the head elements. So we can see here the updated title, Next.js main layout. Then we see here meta tag with description, and the content is exploring metadata in Next.js 15. Down below you can see the URL, which we specified in the authors property, I mean name and URL. You can see here author with the content code and create. Down below we have keywords with the keywords we specified in the array. Then we see here robots, index, and follow. Alright, so we see here all the updated metadata properties we defined inside the layout.tsx file for the main layout. Alright, now let's go ahead and modify the authentication section's metadata. I'm going to open this file here. I'm in the layout.tsx file, which is placed in the auth route group. So I'm going to get rid of this content and add here authentication. Then we need here Next.js app. Then the description is going to be, let's say, login and register pages in Next.js 15. Then I'm going to add here keywords. Let's open an array and insert here authentication. Then use those suggestions. I'm going to get rid of those items and leave here just login, register, and Next.js. Okay, after that I'm going to add here, actually let's copy the others property from here. Then we need robots And in this case, I'm going to add here no index and no follow. So again, no index means that the page should not be indexed, which means that it should be excluded from search results. As for the no follow, it means that search engines should not follow links on the page. Since authentication pages don't need to appear in search results, that's why we set robots to no index and no follow. It prevents search engines from indexing them. Now go to the browser and visit localhost 3000/login. Then check the head element. You will find here the updated meta tags and the information. Title, it's authentication Next.js app. Then we have here updated description and also all the different meta tags which we have just defined in the layout.tsx file. Alright, so while layouts provide a global metadata structure that applies across multiple pages, sometimes we need to define page-specific metadata to provide more relevant and detailed information for individual pages. For example, while our main layout sets a general title and description for the entire site, certain pages like the blog page should have their own unique title and description that better represent their specific content. This ensures that when users visit the blog page, both search engines and social media platforms display metadata that accurately reflects what the page is about, improving SEO and user experience. Now, inside this layout.tsx file, I'm going to add the metadata object. I'm going to add here export. Then we need metadata. It should be equal to an object in which I'm going to define title. The title is going to be, let's say, blog Next.js app. And then we need description. Let's add here, read the latest blog post in Next.js 15. Actually, we need here export. Let's go to the browser and visit localhost 3000 blog. Actually, we don't need here 10, just blog. Let's check the head elements. So as you can see, we have here the updated title blog Next.js app, and the description is read the latest blog post in Next.js 15. So we see here the metadata that was defined specifically for the blog page, and it took the precedence over the values inherited from the main layout. This means that instead of displaying the generic metadata set in the root layout, the title, description, and other metadata properties will dynamically update to reflect the contents of the blog page. So again, this is particularly useful for SEO, as search engines will index each page with the most relevant information, making it easier for users to find the specific content they are looking for. In many cases, defining static metadata for each page is enough. However, sometimes we need metadata that changes dynamically based on route parameters, or even data fetched from an API. This is especially useful for pages like blog posts, product details, or user profiles, where each page should have unique metadata reflecting its specific content. For example, we might have the blog page that lists multiple posts, each with its own title and description. If we want the metadata to reflect the specific blog post being viewed, we can't rely on static metadata alone. Instead, we need a dynamic approach where metadata updates based on the blog post ID or slug in the URL. In Next.js 15, the generate metadata function provides a powerful way to achieve this. It allows us to dynamically set metadata based on parameters, making sure that each individual page gets the correct title, description, keywords, and more. This is particularly valuable for SEO, ensuring that search engines correctly index each unique page with its relevant metadata rather than applying a single, generic set of metadata to all pages. Now let's see how we can implement generate metadata in our project and dynamically update metadata for individual blog posts. To make our blog post page dynamic and demonstrate how to generate metadata based on route parameters, we first need to modify our project structure. Right now, our post page is static, meaning it doesn't handle different blog posts dynamically. If we go to the browser and visit, let's say, blog/100, we won't be navigated to this specific blog post page. Instead of having a single page.tsx file in the post folder, we will turn it into a dynamic route by renaming the folder to post ID, like so. I'm going to add here ID, and I'm going to wrap this name with square brackets. In Next.js, square brackets indicate a dynamic route segment. This means that any URL matching, let's say, blog/some post ID will be handled by our post ID/page.tsx file, where post ID represents the dynamic value in the URL. Now I'm going to open page.tsx file and modify it. So we need to add here params. Then we have to define the type of params. We need this code here. And I'm going to add here params.postID. So with this change, if we go to the browser and visit, let's say, blog/100, we will be navigated to blog section. This is a blog post 100. Now if I visit, let's say, Next.js tutorial, it will show this is a blog post Next.js tutorial. Now, before we define the dynamic metadata inside the page.tsx file, you might be wondering, since we already have a metadata object in the layout.tsx file, why do we need to define it again in page.tsx? Well, in Next.js, the metadata defined in a layout file applies to all pages within that layout. However, if we want page-specific metadata, we need to override it at the page level. This is where generate metadata comes in. Let's take our blog as an example. The layout.tsx file contains a general metadata object, which acts as the default metadata for all pages inside blog. This ensures that every page under blog has a title and description. But when we open an individual blog post, we don't want it to have the same generic title as the blog index page. We want the title and description to be unique to each post. By defining generate metadata inside page.tsx file, we ensure that each blog post gets its own metadata dynamically based on the post ID. Now, before defining metadata, the first thing we have to do is to import the metadata type from Next.js. This helps us ensure that the metadata object follows the correct structure. So we need here import metadata from Next. Next, we define the generate metadata function, which dynamically generates metadata based on the route parameters. In this case, our parameter is post ID, which represents the ID of the blog post. So here we need export function generate metadata. I'm going to use this code and I'm going to modify it slightly. Inside here, we need params. Then we need params followed by post ID string. Then I'm going to modify the title. Let's get rid of this text, also get rid of the quotes. I'm going to open here backticks, and then I'm going to use this code blog post params.postId. Let's get rid of this text as well. Now I'm going to modify the description, get rid of quotes, open backticks, and insert here read an in-depth blog post about. I'm going to insert here params.postId. Alright, so let me explain what's going on here. The function receives an object params that contains the route parameters. We specified that params includes post ID string, meaning it expects a post ID parameter from the URL. We return an object that conforms to the metadata type. The title dynamically includes the post ID, making each blog post have a unique title. The description also adapts to the post ID, providing a custom meta description for search engines. Now let's go to the browser and check how it works. Let's go ahead and visit, let's say, blog TypeScript tips and check the head element. As you can see, it generates the corresponding title and description. We have here blog post TypeScript tips and the description, read an in-depth blog post about TypeScript tips. Now I'm going to visit, let's say, Next.js 15 updates. If we check the head elements, now it will generate blog post Next.js 15 update and the description, read an in-depth blog post about Next.js 15 update. So that's the way how dynamic metadata works in Next.js. If we were to define a static metadata object inside page.tsx, it would not be dynamic. The generate metadata function allows us to generate metadata dynamically for each page request, making it perfect for scenarios like blog posts, product pages, user profiles, and so on. Alright, so to wrap things up, metadata plays a critical role in structuring and optimizing web pages for search engines and user experience. In Next.js 15, we can manage metadata efficiently using three key methods. Global metadata in layouts ensures a consistent structure across sections. Page-specific metadata, it allows customization at the individual page level. And dynamic metadata using generate metadata function, it helps generate titles and descriptions dynamically. By implementing metadata correctly, we improve SEO, user navigation, and maintainability across our Next.js application. Now that we are familiar with layouts in Next.js 15 and have a solid understanding of how to structure our application efficiently, it's time to move on to navigation. Navigation plays a crucial role in any web application, allowing users to move seamlessly between different pages while keeping the experience smooth and dynamic. In this part, we will dive deep into Next.js links, exploring how they work, their advantages, and different ways to use them efficiently. While we've been using link components so far, we haven't fully explored their power. Now we will go deeper into this topic, discussing how link works, how to optimize navigation, how to create dynamic links, and how to use the replace prop to control navigation behavior. Later in the part, we will also cover active links, which help indicate which page is currently active. Now, let's get started by understanding the link component. To ensure a clean project setup for this section, I've created a new Next.js 15 application and removed unnecessary files to keep the project lightweight and focused on navigation. I have here a page.tsx file where we have this simple homepage component. Also, I created an about page with this simple content. Before jumping directly into the link component, let's quickly talk about traditional navigation using anchor tags. In a regular HTML application, we use anchor tags for navigation. Let's modify our page.tsx file and add a simple navigation link. Right after h1 heading element, I'm going to open anchor tag with the href attribute, and I'm going to insert here /about. Then let's add here class name. We need text blue 500 and underline. As for the content, I'm going to insert here go to about page. Let's go to the browser. So this looks perfectly fine, and if we click on this link, we are taken to the about page. However, there is a major drawback. Since this is a standard anchor tag, the browser performs a full page reload when navigating to a new page. This means that even though Next.js is optimized for client-side navigation, we are not taking advantage of it here. If we open the developer tools and go to the network tab, and then we go to the about page, we can see in the network tab that the entire page reloads when we click the link. Next.js comes with a built-in link component that enables client-side navigation, meaning only the necessary parts of the page are updated instead of the entire page being reloaded. Let's go ahead and modify our code. Instead of the anchor tag, I'm going to use link component. And then we need to import this component. So we need here link from next link. Let's go back to the browser. Now when we navigate to the about page, the transition happens instantly without a full page reload. Unlike traditional navigation, where the entire page refreshes, Next.js fetches only the necessary components dynamically. This means that the page updates seamlessly while preserving the application state, improving performance and creating a smoother user experience. To make our navigation experience better, let's create a simple navigation bar that allows us to move between pages smoothly. I'm going to open layout.csx file and I'm going to include here a header with navigation links. First of all, I'm going to import link components from next link. Then here I'm going to get rid of children and I'm going to insert here div elements with the header. Let's add to the header some classes. We need background gray 800. Then I'm going to add here padding 4 and text white. Inside the header element, I'm going to open nav with the classes flex and gap 6. Then inside here, we need link component with the href attribute. And I'm going to insert here slash, which is the home page route. Then we need here class name, text lg. As for the contents, I'm going to add here home. Let's duplicate link component twice. We need here about, and the content is going to be about. As for the third link, it's going to be for login. And let's change the content, make it login. All right, after that, I'm going to add here main with the class padding 6. And we need here children. Alright, so this ensures that the navigation links stay on every page while we switch between pages seamlessly. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here a navigation with 3 links, home, about, and login. Actually, right now we don't have here the login page, so let's quickly create it. We need here folder login. And inside here, I'm going to open new file, page.tsx. Then I'm going to grab this content from here. Paste it here and change the name of the function. It's going to be login. As for the content of the heading, it's going to be welcome to login page. Okay, let's go back to the browser. So when we click the links, they will navigate us to the proper pages. All right. Actually, I'm going to get rid of this link. We no longer need it. I'm going to delete link element from here. So by default, when we navigate using link, Next.js pushes the new route to the browser's history stack. This means that when we go to any of the pages and then click back button, it will return us to the previous page. But in some cases, we might not want to keep a history entry. For example, in a login form, after a successful login, we don't want to go back to the login page by pressing the back button. To prevent this, we use the replace prop. Let's go to the VS Code and open this page.tsx file. Right after h1 heading element, I'm going to add link component with the href attribute, and we need here slash. Then actually, let's import link component from next link. Then here I'm going to add class name, text blue 500 and underline. As for the content, it's going to be go to home. So I'm going to add here a replace prop. Let's go to the browser and then click login. So with the replace prop, when the user clicks on go to home, the home page is loaded, but the login page is not stored in the browser's history. This means that pressing the back button won't navigate us back to the login page, as it has been replaced rather than pushed into the history stack. This is particularly useful for scenarios where users should not navigate back to a previous step, such as after submitting a form or completing an authentication process. Another powerful feature of the link component in Next.js is that it allows us to generate dynamic URLs, making navigation more flexible and scalable. Instead of hard-coding every possible route, we can dynamically construct links based on data such as blog post IDs, product IDs, or user profiles. In our newly created project, we currently don't have a dedicated blog listing page, so let's go ahead and create one. I'm going to create new folder. Let's call it blog, and inside here I'm going to create new file, page.tsx. This page will list blog posts and allow users to navigate to individual posts dynamically. Next, I'm going to handle individual blog posts. We will create a post ID dynamic route. So we need here a new folder with square brackets, and I'm going to add here post ID. And then inside this folder, I'm going to create new file, page.tsx. This dynamic route will allow us to fetch and display the content of a specific blog post based on the post ID parameter in the URL. Next, I'm going to go back to the layout.tsx file and add here one more link for blog page. We need here blog, and then we need to change this content. We need blog as well. All right, let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here an additional navigation item for blog page. Let's open page.tsx file, which is this file here, which is placed inside the blog folder. I'm going to add here some content. We need export defaults, function, blog page. Then I'm going to return a div element. And inside here, we need h1 heading element with the classes text for Excel, font bold, and margin bottom 6. As the content, I'm going to add here blog posts. Next, I'm going to create a new variable outside of the function. Let's call it blog posts. It's going to be an array in which I'm going to insert a couple of different objects. They will include ID and the title properties. So let's open object with ID property. It's going to be 1. As for the title, let's add here some title. Let's say understanding Next.js routing. Let's duplicate this object twice. We need here ID 2. As for the title, I'm going to add here, let's say, exploring metadata in Next.js 15. As for the third object, it's going to be ID 3. As for the title, I'm going to add here how layouts improve UI consistency. Alright, that's it about the blog post array. Now inside here, I'm going to add UL elements with the class name space y4. So to dynamically display a list of blog posts and generate individual links for each one, we need to iterate over an array of blog post objects. For this, we will use the map function in JavaScript, which allows us to loop through an array and return a new list of elements. First, we need to use the map function to iterate over the blog post array. As you can see, we have here a suggestion, and I think that it is correct. I'm going to use it anyway, and we will customize it if needed. So we are getting here a warning because we need to import a link component from next link. Well, still we have here some issues. Actually, we need to close this li element, and also we need here this closing brackets. Alright, so the map function goes through each item inside the blog post array and allows us to return JSX elements dynamically for each blog post. Now here we wrap each blog post inside the li element, since lists are the best way to structure items like blog post titles. Here we add key attribute with post.id. This is important because React requires a unique key when rendering lists to efficiently track changes and avoid unnecessary re-renders. Next, inside the li element, we need a way for users to click and navigate to this specific blog post. This is where the link component comes in. The href attribute determines the destination of the link. Instead of hard-coding a URL, we use template literals to dynamically generate the path based on the post ID. This means if post.id is 2, the generated URL will be blog/2, leading to the correct blog post page. Now I'm going to customize those classes a little bit. We need here text blue 600, and I'm going to make the link underline on hover. Finally, we have here post.title. Using this expression, we display the post title as the clickable text. Now, when this code runs, it dynamically creates a list of blog post links. Let's go to the browser. When we visit blog page, we can see all 3 blog post links displayed correctly, each with its corresponding title. Each title appears as a clickable link, styled in blue with an underline in hover. If we hover over any of these links, we can also check the bottom left corner of the browser to see that each link correctly points to blog/1, blog/2, and blog/3 based on the unique post IDs from our data. Now let's modify the page.tsx file, which is placed inside the post ID folder. I'm going to add here export default function blog post page. Then inside here we have to return a div elements in which we will pass h1 heading elements with some classes, text 4XL, font bold. Then I'm going to add here blog post. And here we have to use Params object. Actually, before that, I'm going to add here parameter Params. Then we need to define the type. So we need here Params post ID string. It is correct. And here we have to pass Params.post ID. Alright, right after h1 heading element, we need paragraph. Let's add here class name, text LG, margin top 4. And let's add here some text. Let's say this is the content of blog post. Here we need Params.post ID. And then let's add here each blog post is dynamically generated based on the post ID. Alright, so in this file we retrieve the post ID from the Params object and display it dynamically on the page. This way we don't need to manually create a separate file for each post. Next.js automatically generates the correct page based on the URL. Now when we visit blog, we see a neatly displayed list of blog posts, each represented by its title as a clickable link. Clicking on any post instantly navigates us to its individual page with the post ID dynamically inserted into the URL. For example, clicking on the first post updates the browser's address bar to blog/1, while clicking on the second post changes it to blog/2, and in the same way clicking the third link changes it to blog/3. Also, the title is changing dynamically and the number of blog posts changes dynamically here as well. Alright, now that we have a solid understanding of how the link component works in Next.js, including dynamic links and the replace prop, let's move on to another essential aspect of navigation: active links. Active links are a common UI pattern that visually indicate which page the user is currently on. You've probably seen this in many websites where the active link is bolded, underlined, or highlighted in a different color. However, Next.js doesn't provide this functionality out of the box. We need to handle it manually. To achieve this, we will modify our navigation bar so that the currently active link is styled differently from the others. Let's go step by step and update our layout.tsx file to highlight the active link dynamically. First, we need to import usePathName function from Next navigation. So we need here import usePathName from next/navigation. Since usePathName is a client-side hook, we need to mark this file as a client component by adding useClient at the top. So we need here useClient. This ensures that our component runs in the browser where the current URL is available. To highlight the active link, we need to check whether the current path name matches the link's href. If it does, we'll apply a different style. To do this, let's first retrieve the current path name. We need to create here a new variable. Let's call it path name. As you can see, we have here a suggestion. The path name should be equal to usePathName hook. Now, instead of hard coding the links one by one, let's use an array and map through it to generate the links dynamically. Right after this variable, I'm going to create another one. Let's call it links. And as I said, it should be an array. Inside here, I'm going to insert a couple of different objects. Let's open the first one. So we need here href property. The value is going to be slash. And then we need label. It's going to be home. Now I'm going to duplicate this line of code 3 times and then change the href attributes and also the labels. So we need here about, and the label is going to be about. Then we need block. We need here block. And finally, I'm going to add here login with the label login. All right, now using the map function, we'll generate the links dynamically and compare each link's href with the current path name. If they match, we will add a bold font style and change the text column. So down below, I'm going to get rid of those links, then open curly braces, and we have to map through the links array. So we need here links.map. Then I'm going to pass here a callback function. Then we need to add here the parameters, and for that I'm going to use destructuring because we have to destructure href and label properties from the objects. So we need here curly braces with href and label. Then inside here I'm going to return a link component. We need to add here key, and it's going to be href. Then we need the href attribute itself. I'm going to add here href, then add some classes. We need to open curly braces because we're going to use template literal. So we need backticks, and I'm going to add here text lg. Then we need to add here a conditional statement. So we need $sign with curly braces. I'm going to check if path name is equal to href. If it is true, then we need font bold, also text yellow 400. If this condition is false, then we need to add here empty quotes. Finally, as the content of the link, we need to add label. All right, so here is how it works. We'll loop through the links array using map method, creating a link component for each road. We use a template string to conditionally apply styles. If path name is equal to href, then we use those styles, and if this condition is false, then we use this. Alright, now that we have implemented our navigation bar and added active link highlighting, let's navigate to the browser and test everything. So as soon as we visit our application, we are met with an error instead of our layout rendering correctly. This error appears because of a conflict in our layout.csx file. If we check the error message, it indicates that we are attempting to export metadata from a component marked with useClient, which is disallowed. This issue occurs because we have explicitly added useClient at the top of the file while also defining the metadata. So we have here useClient, and then down below you can see the metadata object. Next.js does not allow metadata to be defined inside client components because metadata is meant to be handled during server-side rendering. This ensures that page titles, descriptions, and SEO-related configurations are processed properly before the page is delivered to the client. Since we need usePathName to determine the active link, we must keep layout.csx as a client component. However, metadata is meant for server components. In real-world applications, we would structure this differently, placing metadata in a separate layout file that remains a server component, But for now, to proceed without errors, let's simply comment out this object at all. Let's go to the browser. Now, as you can see, the home link is bold and highlighted in yellow by default. When we navigate to About page, the About link is bold and highlighted in yellow, while the others remain unchanged. Now, if we click blog link, then the blog is highlighted instead, and the same happens with the login link as well. Since we used Next.js link component, all transitions happen instantly without a full page reload. This is one of the key advantages of Next.js navigation. It fetches and updates only the necessary parts of the UI dynamically, improving speed and efficiency. This ensures that users can clearly see which page they are on at any given time, making navigation more user-friendly. By implementing active links, we've enhanced our navigation system, making it intuitive and visually clear. We've been using Params throughout our project to handle dynamic routes, but we haven't fully explored how they actually work. So in this video, we're going to break them down in depth, understanding how Params work in Next.js, how they behave in both server and client components, and how we can use them effectively in layouts as well. Besides Params, we'll also cover SearchParams, which allow us to pass optional key value pairs inside the URL. These are especially useful for filtering and handling dynamic content without affecting the route structure. By the end of this video, you will have a clear, in-depth understanding of both Params and SearchParams, and how to use them effectively in your Next.js applications. In Next.js, both Params and SearchParams are used to extract dynamic data from the URL. However, they serve different purposes. Params represent dynamic route segments. Whenever we define a dynamic segment inside square brackets in our folder structure, Next.js extracts that value and makes it available inside our components. For example, if we have a route like this, Next.js provides us with params.category and params.productID to access those values dynamically. SearchParams, on the other hand, are key value pairs passed in the URL after a question mark. They are often used for filtering, sorting, and passing optional parameters. For example, in this URL, the search parameters are sort equals price and filter equals new. Next.js allows us to extract and use these values inside our components. What's important to note is that in Next.js 15, both Params and SearchParams are promises. This means they are asynchronous and should be handled properly, especially in server components. If we try to access params.productID or SearchParams.sort directly in a server component, Next.js will warn us that Params is a promise and needs to be unwrapped using await or use. Since both Params and SearchParams return promises, let's take a step back and remind ourselves what a promise actually is in JavaScript. A promise is a built-in JavaScript object that represents an asynchronous operation. It acts as a placeholder for a value that isn't available yet, but will be resolved in the future. A promise has three states: pending, the operation is still in progress; fulfilled, the operation was successful and we now have the result; and rejected, the operation failed and an error occurred. For example, when fetching data from an API, we don't immediately get the response. Instead, JavaScript returns a promise, and we handle it using async await or then method. Here is a basic example of a promise. In our example, we create a function called fetchData, which returns a new promise. Inside this promise, we use setTimeout to simulate a delay of 2 seconds before resolving the promise with the value data fetched successfully. The result function inside the promise indicates that the operation has completed successfully and now holds a value. When we call fetchData, it returns a promise. Since the data is not immediately available, we use then to handle the result value once the promise is completed. The then method receives a callback function which executes when the promise is resolved, logging data fetch successfully to the console after 2 seconds. This is the same concept used in Next.js 15 for params and SearchParams. Since they are promises, their values are not immediately available when a server component first runs. Instead, they need to be awaited or accessed using the use hook before being used. This ensures that we retrieve the correct values at the right time when rendering the component. So far, we have been accessing params directly like this. This works because Next.js still allows direct access to params for backward compatibility. However, Next.js 15 treats params as promises, meaning that in a future version, this approach may no longer work. Instead, we should handle params properly using either async, await, or use. To start, let's modify this file to properly handle params using async await. Since params return a promise, we need to resolve them before using them. We can achieve this by marking our component function as async and awaiting the params. Here is how we modify this file. I'm going to add async keyword before function. And then we need to add here promise with the brackets. And inside the function, I'm going to create a new variable, which is going to be resolved params equal to await params. And then we need second variable post ID with the value result params.postid. So I'm going to use this code. So this code defines an async server component in Next.js 15 that retrieves a dynamic route parameter using params. Let's break it down step by step. The params object is typed as promise. This means that in Next.js 15, params is now a promise instead of a regular object, and we must handle it asynchronously before accessing its properties. Here we are using await to pause the execution until the promise is resolved. Once it is resolved, we get an object that contains all the dynamic segments of the route, such as post ID in this case, based on the file or folder structure. Actually, we need to get rid of params from here and just leave post ID. If our route is something like blog/post ID, then the post ID dynamic segment gets extracted and returned inside this params object. So after this line runs, result params will look something like post ID 123 if the user visits blog/123. The second line is straightforward. That we resolve the params, we are simply accessing the post ID property and storing it in a variable named post ID. This value corresponds to whatever was passed in the URL. Now let's go to the browser. At this point, post ID holds the value of the dynamic segment in the URL. If the user visits, let's say, blog/123, post ID will contain 123. This allows it to fetch or display the correct blog post dynamically based on that value. So everything works as expected. Now let's see SearchParams in action and how they work in our project. I'm going to modify our blog page to demonstrate how search parameters can be used dynamically to filter content based on user input in the URL. Instead of manually hardcoding different versions of our blog page, we'll now make it respond to changes in these search parameters, allowing us to dynamically filter blog posts based on a given query. To do this, I'm going to modify this component. In the previous version, we had an array of blog posts and mapped over them to display each post as a link. That version was static. It displayed all blog posts with no filtering, meaning every time a user visited blog, they saw the same list of blog posts regardless of what was in the URL. Now let's go through the modifications step by step. First, we have to modify the function signature. Previously, our blog page component was a normal function component that simply returned JSX. Now we need to handle SearchParams, which is a promise in Next.js 15. Because of that, we must convert the component into an async function and define SearchParams as a promise object in the function parameters. So I'm going to add here async. Then in the function parameters, I'm going to insert SearchParams. Then we need here, again, SearchParams, followed by promise. And I'm going to insert here query with question mark, and then we need string. Now our function is asynchronous. The reason for this is that, again, SearchParams in Next.js 15 is a promise, meaning we cannot access its properties immediately. We must await SearchParams before extracting any values from it. Since SearchParams is a promise, we must wait for it to result before using it. This is why we need to add the following code inside we need a variable. Let's call it result SearchParams, and then we need await SearchParams. And after that, I'm going to create another variable, which is going to be query. It should be equal to result SearchParams dot query followed by the question mark. Then we need to use the function to lowercase followed by or operator. Actually, we need here parentheses. And here I'm going to add empty quotes. So we use await to resolve SearchParams, ensuring we get an actual object with the query string inside. We then extract query from result params, converting it to lowercase so that filtering is case insensitive. If no query exists in the URL, we default to an empty string. Previously, our blog posts were simply displayed in a list like so. This was a static list with no filtering, but now we want to filter them based on this search query. So here I'm going to create another variable, which is going to be filtered posts. As you can see, we have here a suggestion, which I think is correct. Let's go ahead and use it. So we have here blog post.filter with a callback function where we return post.title with two lowercase function, and then we have includes with query. So we take the list of blog posts and filter them dynamically based on the search query. Two lowercase means that filtering is case insensitive. Then we have includes. It checks if the query string exists anywhere inside the title. After that, we also need to add a small search feedback section to inform users about the search results. So right after h1 heading element, I'm going to insert query followed by and operator. And inside here, I'm going to create paragraph. Let's use this code here. So as you can see, we have paragraph with two classes, and the content is showing results for, actually, let's use here span element. Inside the span element, we have query. Let's add to the span class name, font, semi-bold. Okay, so this syntax is a conditional rendering technique in React. It means that if query contains a value, the paragraph element is displayed. If query is an empty string, nothing is rendered. This prevents unnecessary UI elements from appearing when no search parameter is present. The query value is extracted from SearchParams.query, and if it exists, it is converted to lowercase. If no query is provided, it defaults to an empty string, ensuring there are no undefined values that might cause errors. Inside the paragraph, the text dynamically updates based on what the user searched for. Next, we need to display only the filtered blog posts. This modification will ensure that the list of blog posts dynamically updates based on the search query provided in the URL. Previously, we mapped over blog posts, this map function here. It contained all available posts. Now we have to map over filtered posts, which is derived from filtering blog posts based on this search query. This ensures that only posts matching the search term are displayed. So here I'm going to add filtered posts dot length is greater than 0. If it is true, then I'm going to cut this entire code, paste here, and instead of blog posts, I'm going to use again filtered posts. If this condition is false, then we need a paragraph with the class name text gray 500, and the content of the paragraph is going to be, let's say, no posts found. So this syntax is a conditional check that determines what gets rendered inside the URL element. If filtered post contains at least one matching post, we'll loop through each item in the array using the map function. For every filtered post, we create an li element with a unique key containing a link that points to the corresponding blog post page. If filtered post is empty, meaning no blog titles match the query, we don't render a list. Instead, we display a paragraph with the text "No post found." Now let's go to the browser and go to the blog page. Right now we see here all 3 blog posts. Let's modify the URL. I'm going to pass here question mark, then query equal to, let's say, metadata. You should now see only one blog post titled Exploring Metadata in Next.js 15. If we go to the VS Code and check the blog post array, you will see that we have here only one blog post including the word metadata. That's why we see here only one result. If we add here next, then we will get here 2 results including next. And if we check the array, you will see that these 2 blog posts include next. Now if I enter here some dummy characters, then we'll get here text "no post found." It means that the query didn't match those 3 titles, and therefore we got here paragraph "no post found." Alright, so that's the way how SearchParams work in Next.js. Right now, our blog page is a server component, meaning it runs on the server and sends a pre-rendered page to the client. This is great for SEO and performance because it reduces the amount of work that needs to be done in the browser. However, server components cannot handle interactivity directly. They only run once when the page is first loaded, and they don't respond to client-side state changes without a full page refresh. By converting this into a client component, we gain the ability to make our blog page more interactive. However, as soon as we mark the component with useClient, we run into a major issue. So if we add here useClient and then go to the browser, we will get an error saying that blog page is an async client component. Only server components can be async at the moment. This error is often caused by accidentally adding useClient to a module that was originally written for the server. This happens because client components in Next.js cannot be asynchronous. The reason behind this limitation is that client components are executed in the browser, where JavaScript doesn't support await inside the top-level function of a React component. Since our current implementation treats SearchParams as a promise and uses await, it no longer works when converted to a client component. To solve this issue, we need an alternative way to access the SearchParams inside our client component without using async await. This is where the React use hook comes in. React introduced the use hook to handle async operations inside components in a more predictable way. The use hook allows us to unwrap promises and retrieve their result values directly inside our component. Instead of making our entire component asynchronous, we can use use hook to synchronously extract the data from SearchParams and work with it normally. So first I'm going to import use hook from React, and then I'm going to modify this variable here. I'm going to get rid of await. Also, we need to get rid of async keyword from here. Then we need to use hook, and we have to wrap SearchParams with parentheses. All right, let's go to the browser. I'm going to go to blog page. Let's go ahead and add here question mark query, then let's say next. So as you can see, we have here 2 results. 2 blog posts that include next in their titles. If I add here metadata, then we'll get only 1 result. And if I add here some dummy characters, then we'll get a text "no post found." Alright, so this confirms that the SearchParams are correctly extracted, resolved using use, and dynamically filter the blog posts in real time. So this confirms that the SearchParams are correctly extracted, resolved using use hook, and dynamically filter the blog posts in real time. Now that we have explored Params and SearchParams in depth, you should have a solid understanding of how they work in Next.js 15. We've seen how Params allow us to handle dynamic routes, how SearchParams enable flexible filtering through the URL, and most importantly, how both of them behave as promises in Next.js. So far, we've been navigating between pages using link, which works great for traditional page-to-page transitions. But sometimes we need to trigger navigation from an event or action, like a button click, a form submission, or a conditional logic check. This is where programmatic navigation comes into play. Instead of rendering a link, we can use code to tell Next.js to move to a different route dynamically based on user behavior or logic. Now we're going to work with the app router in Next.js 15, which gives us access to new, powerful tools that make navigating programmatically easier than ever. Just to refresh quickly, the app router is the system behind how routing works in Next.js. It's file system based, meaning our folder structure maps directly to our URL structure, and each page or route is made up of components like page.tsx, layout.tsx, and so on. To demonstrate programmatic navigation, we'll be using our existing blog project. We'll go through several real-world examples showing how to programmatically navigate using different methods. Let's begin with a practical example using the blog page we already have in our project. We're going to enhance our blog listing so that alongside each blog title, there is also a custom button that allows us to programmatically navigate to that blog post. This is helpful in cases where we may want to perform some logic before navigating or when using custom UI elements instead of links. We already display our blog post using a link component. I mean this link component here. I'm going to replace link with just a span element. So instead of link, I'm going to insert here span. Also, I'm going to get rid of hrefs attribute and this hover effect from here. Now we want to add a go to post button next to each title. When this button is clicked, the user should be programmatically navigated to that specific blog post page. To do this, we first need to import the use router hook from Next navigation at the top of our component. So here I'm going to import use router from Next navigation. The use router hook in Next.js is a built-in function that allows you to programmatically control navigation inside client components. It gives you access to the router object, which provides methods like push, replace, refresh, and so on. So you can navigate to different pages, update the URL, or handle routing logic based on user interactions without relying solely on link components. It is especially useful for things like button clicks, form submissions, or redirects based on conditions. Then inside the components, we call the use router hook to get access to the router object. So here I'm going to add new variable, which is going to be router, and we have to call use router hook. Next, within our mob function that renders the list of blog posts, we will add a button element alongside the span elements. So here I'm going to add button with the classes margin left 4, then padding x3, then we need padding y1, then change the background color. Let's use here blue 600. Also change the text color, it's going to be white, and make the button rounded. As the content, I'm going to insert here go to post. Let's check the browser, go to the blog page. Alright, so here we have 3 blog post titles with the buttons. Actually, let's correct this typo, we need go to post. Alright, so now everything's correct, and now I'm going to add onClick event handler to the button. I'm going to pass here a callback function, and now we have to use router.push. Inside here we need template literal, then we need the route block /$ post post.id. Now when we go to the browser and click the button, we will programmatically navigate it to that specific blog post using router.push. There is no full page reload, just a seamless transition to the new route, exactly like what we experience when using the link component. The difference this time is that we are triggering the navigation through JavaScript, giving us more flexibility to control when and how the user is redirected. This is especially useful in real-world scenarios where navigation might depend on some logic or user interaction beyond just clicking a link. Alright, now let's say we want to navigate but not leave a history entry. This is useful in scenarios where we don't want users to go back to the previous page using the browser's back button, like redirecting from a login page once the user logs in. To do this, we will use router.replace instead of router.push. So I'm going to replace the method. We need replace. Now let's go to the browser. Click go to post button. So as you can see, the replace method works the same way as push in that it navigates to a new route programmatically. However, there is one key difference. It replaces the current page in the browser's history stack instead of adding a new one. This means that after the navigation happens, the previous page is effectively removed from the history. So when the user tries to go back by clicking the back button, they won't return to the original page. Instead, we are now on the home page. This behavior is useful in scenarios like redirecting after login or form submission, where you don't want users to accidentally revisit the previous page by navigating back. It helps maintain a cleaner and more intentional navigation flow. Now let's move on to the final scenario. And that is what happens when a user tries to visit a dynamic route that doesn't actually exist. For example, in our blog system, we have a dynamic route, blog/post ID, and we are using the post ID to render specific blog content. But what if the user enters a post ID in the URL manually, like blog/99, and there is no blog post with that ID? Let's go ahead and simulate that case and demonstrate two different ways to handle it using the app router in Next.js, one with not found and the other one with redirect. First, we'll start by showing the user a not found page when they navigate to a non-existent post. To do this, instead of importing a blog post array from another file, we'll define a small list of valid blog post IDs right inside this file. So let's go ahead and modify our component step by step. Here, I'm going to add new variable, which is going to be valid post IDs. And actually, let's use this code. Now we will check whether the post ID is included in that list. If not, we will call the notFound function, which tells Next.js to display the built-in 404 page. So right after this variable, I'm going to add if statement, where we're going to check if not valid post IDs includes post ID. Let's use this code. If this condition is true, then we need to call notFound function, and we have to import this function. We need here not found. We have to import not found from next/navigation. All right, so let's go to the browser. Now, when we go to the blog page and visit blog/1, everything works as expected. But if we type blog/let's say 99, we are automatically redirected to the Next.js 404 not found page. This is a great user experience because it prevents rendering a broken or empty page. However, in some cases, you might not want to send the user to a not found page. Instead, maybe you want to send them back to a safe location like the home page or the main blog listing page. That's where redirect comes into play. Let's go ahead and replace not found with redirect. Actually, let's add here redirect first, and then replace not found method with redirect. Inside here, I'm going to pass /, which corresponds to the home page. So this tells Next.js that if the post doesn't exist, the user should be programmatically redirected to the home page instead of seeing a 404 not found page. Now let's go to the browser, go to the blog page and visit blog/99. So as you can see, we are immediately taken back to the home page. No error, no confusion. This is extremely helpful when you want to recover from invalid routes and keep your user experience clean. So to summarize, not found is perfect when you want to show an error page, and redirect is great when you want to guide the user somewhere else instead. You can choose either based on your use case. Alright, so we've seen how to use UpRouter to control navigation manually with push and replace, and how to handle unexpected paths using not found and redirect. All of these give us full control over user flow and allow us to build a better, smarter navigation experience. After gaining a solid understanding of the fundamentals of Next.js, it's time to shift our focus toward real-world application. Theory alone is not enough. The best way to truly master a technology is by putting it into practice. In this project, we're going to take the knowledge we've built so far and start crafting a complete, fully functional e-commerce application step by step. This is where everything comes together: routing, layouts, dynamic pages, UI components, client-side and server-side rendering. Everything you've learned will be applied in practical, meaningful ways as we build a professional project from the ground up. This project is a fully functional e-commerce application. It offers a smooth professional user experience and showcases a complete online shopping flow from browsing products to completing a purchase. Let's walk through each section in detail. Starting from the landing page, the design immediately sets a high standard for user experience. At the top, we have a beautifully designed navigation bar that stays fixed as the user scrolls. It features a sleek and modern search bar that provides a smooth and intuitive experience for users. The navigation bar also features an advanced, multi-level drop-down system designed to make product browsing seamless and intuitive. When users hover over the product's link in the navigation menu, a beautifully animated drop-down appears, showcasing all the available product categories in a clean and organized layout. But the functionality doesn't stop there. As users hover over any of the categories listed in the drop-down, a second panel dynamically displays the corresponding products from that specific category, giving users an instant preview of what's available. This interactive experience not only makes discovering products faster and more convenient, but also creates an engaging and fluid browsing journey, all without needing to leave the current page or click multiple times. It's designed to keep users effortlessly connected to the full range of products right from the navigation bar. The navigation also includes quick access icons for the cart and user account. I'll show them a bit later. Below the navbar, we have a dynamic banner or hero section showcasing premium products with a stylish background, a compelling headline, and a Shop Now button that encourages users to start browsing immediately. Clicking the button, we navigate to the product categories page. Once users land on the categories page, they are presented with a clean, modern layout showcasing all available product categories in a visually appealing grid. Each category is represented by a large, well-spaced card featuring a high-quality product image, a bold title, a short but clear description, and a View Products link that guides users deeper into the store. From smartphones and smart TVs to headphones, laptops, cameras, and more, the categories are thoughtfully arranged to cover the full spectrum of consumer electronics. The use of distinct colors for each card's accent and hover state adds a polished, interactive feel while helping users visually differentiate between categories. Once users click on any category card, whether it is smartphones, smart TVs, or any other, they are seamlessly taken to a dedicated category products page. This page is fully dynamic and displays all the available products under the selected category in a clean, structured grid format. At the top, A visually distinct header instantly communicates which category the user is browsing, accompanied by a brief description to provide context. Just below, each product is displayed within its own stylish card featuring a high-resolution image, product name, a short description, price, and two clear call-to-action buttons, View Details and Add to Cart. This layout ensures a smooth and intuitive shopping experience. Users can quickly scan through the available options, compare features at a glance, and take immediate action. By structuring each category page like this, we are not only improving usability, we are also applying dynamic routing, client-side rendering, and reusable UI components in a real-world scenario. When a user clicks the View Details button on any product card within a category, they are taken to a dedicated product details page, a beautifully structured and informative layout that presents all the essential information about the selected item. At the top, we have a clean breadcrumb navigation showing exactly where the user is within the site hierarchy. This not only enhances the user experience but also allows quick back navigation to the previous category or product listings. The product details page itself is split into two sections. On the left side, there is a large, high-quality image of the product, giving users a clear visual representation of what they are purchasing. On the right, we display the product title, price, and a short but engaging description to help users understand the key value of the item. Just below that, users can select the desired quantity using intuitive plus and minus buttons. Once ready, they can either add the product to their cart with a single click or jump directly to the cart page using the Go to Cart button, all designed to keep the shopping flow fast and frictionless. After selecting the quantity on the product details page, we can click the Add to Cart button to add the item to our shopping cart. As soon as the product is successfully added, the user interface responds immediately to confirm the action. The Add to Cart button transforms into a green Remove from Cart button, and a friendly success message appears underneath saying this item is in your cart. Additionally, a small cart icon badge attached to the product image also appears, visually indicating that this product is already added. At the same time, if you look at the cart icon in the navigation bar at the top of the page, you will notice that it now shows a product counter badge, dynamically updating to reflect the number of items in the cart. This real-time feedback keeps users informed about their shopping progress, no matter where they are on the site. From here, we have two options. Click the Go to Cart button to review our shopping cart immediately or continue shopping. To add even more products, we can easily navigate back to the Category Products page and use the small cart icons available directly on the product carts. This way, users can add products either from the Product Details page or directly from the product listing, depending on what's more convenient for them. Once we are ready, we can click on the cart icon in the navbar or the Go to Cart button to navigate to the Shopping Cart page. On the Shopping Cart page, we see a clear and organized overview of everything we've added. Each product is listed with its image, title, price, and a quantity selector, allowing users to increase or decrease the quantity without leaving the cart. A trash icon is provided for each item to easily remove it if needed. The subtotal dynamically updates based on the quantity selected for each product. On the right side, there is a professional-looking order summary section where we display subtotal, sum of all products, shipping cost, tax, and the final total price clearly highlighted. Below the order summary, a bold Proceed to Checkout button invites users to continue to the payment phase, with a note reassuring them that all major payment methods like credit cards, PayPal, and Apple Pay are accepted. There is also a Clear Cart button available if users decide to remove all items at once, and a Continue Shopping link for users who want to browse more products without losing their cart data. Overall, this part of the app demonstrates how to build a professional-grade, fully interactive shopping cart system with dynamic updates, clean UI responses, and real-world e-commerce flows, turning the concepts we've learned into an actual high-quality user experience. Now let's move forward by clicking the Proceed to Checkout button from the cart page. This action takes us to the checkout page, where users can securely complete their purchase. At the top, we clearly see the checkout heading along with a simple backlink to return to the cart if needed. The page is thoughtfully structured into two main sections: the payment method form on the left and the order summary on the right. Starting with the payment method section, users are presented with three convenient options: credit card, PayPal, Apple Pay. By default, the credit card option is selected, and the corresponding form fields become visible, including card number, name on card, expiration date, and CVV. The UI is clean, intuitive, and reassuring, with a note beneath the form stating that all payment information is encrypted and secure. The user can switch between payment methods at any time, and the UI adjusts accordingly without refreshing the page. On the right side, the order summary panel lists all items being purchased, with the name, quantity, and price for each. It also shows the final total amount, just like on the cart page, keeping everything transparent and easy to verify before payment. Once the user reviews their order and fills out the payment information, they can click the Complete Order button. Below the button, there is a small lock icon with the label Secure Checkout, along with a short message that confirms the transaction is protected, and by submitting, the user agrees to the terms and conditions. Once the user clicks the Complete Order button on the checkout page, they are immediately redirected to a clean, professional-looking success page that confirms the purchase has been successfully placed. At the top of the page, we see a large checkmark icon and a bold heading that reads Order Confirmed, a reassuring and satisfying moment in the user journey. A short message thanks the customer for their purchase and informs them that the order is being prepared for shipment. Just below that, the system displays a unique order number and an estimated delivery time, giving users clear, useful information about what to expect next. The interface also provides two clear call-to-action buttons: Back to Home, which takes the user back to the main landing page, and Continue Shopping, for those who want to keep browsing and adding more products further down the page. A section titled What Happens Next gives a quick visual overview of the post-purchase process in three simple steps: order processing, items are being prepared for shipment; shipping, the order will be shipped using a premium delivery service; and delivery, a notification will be sent once the package is on its way. This extra layer of information ensures users feel confident and informed after placing their order. There is also a helpful link for customer support in case users have any questions or concerns. Alright, now let's go back to the home page and continue describing it. Just below the Hero section, we find a compact yet highly effective Shop by Category section, designed to quickly guide users toward key product types. On the left side, we have a clean block with a bold heading and a short descriptive line that invites users to explore curated collections of premium tech products. Beneath that, four visually distinct buttons: smartphones, smart TVs, headphones, and laptops. They are neatly laid out in a 2x2 grid. These buttons act as quick links, taking users directly to the relevant product category with just one click. It is a fast and user-friendly way to begin browsing. On the right side, a sleek product mockup adds visual interest and balance to the layout, reinforcing the tech-focused theme of the site. There is also a View All Categories link at the bottom, giving users the option to explore the full range of products if they want to go beyond the top four. Just below that, we find another very important part of our application: the Featured Product section. This section highlights some of the best, most popular or newly released items in the store, giving them special visibility. It plays a critical role in an e-commerce website because it immediately captures the user's attention with hand-picked products and encourages them to start browsing and shopping without needing to navigate through categories. Each featured product is displayed inside a clean, modern cart layout that includes a high-quality product image, the product title, a short but clear description, the price, 2 action buttons, view details, and add to cart. The View Details button allows users to visit the full product details page if they want to learn more about the item. At the same time, for users who already know what they want, the cart icon button allows them to add products directly to the cart from the featured section itself, making them shopping experience even faster and more convenient. This real-time functionality combined with a well-designed visual layout makes the featured product section a crucial tool for boosting product exposure, improving user engagement, and increasing conversions. Finally, at the very bottom of the homepage, we arrive at the footer, a crucial component for any professional website. While often overlooked, the footer plays a major role in enhancing site usability, credibility, and accessibility. At the top of this section, we have a newsletter subscription block with a bold heading inviting users to join our newsletter. This area encourages visitors to stay connected by subscribing for the latest products, promotions, and tech news. The input field is accompanied by a vibrant subscribe button, creating a clear call to action and helping you build long-term customer engagement. Below the subscription area, the footer is divided into 4 neatly organized columns. Brand column. On the left side, we display the company's logo and a short, friendly tagline. This reinforces your brand identity even as users scroll to the bottom. Below that, recognizable social media icons allow users to quickly connect with the brand on platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Categories column, a quick list of top product categories including smartphones, smart TVs, headphones, laptops, and smartwatches. A view all link at the bottom ensures users can access the full catalog of product categories easily from any page. Shop column section provides links to important shopping-related pages such as all products, new arrivals, bestsellers, deals, and gift cards. Also, we have support and company columns on the far right. Users can find links to support pages like Contact Us, FAQs, shipping, returns, and track order, as well as company pages like About Us, blog, carriers, press, and privacy policy. This offers transparent access to customer service and corporate information. At the very bottom, a simple line reinforces trust by mentioning accepted payment methods and includes links to the site's terms, privacy policy, and cookies page, ensuring compliance and clarity. One of the final parts of our application we will explore is the login register page, which users can easily access by clicking the user icon in the top right corner of the navigation bar. This page features a clean, censored design with a sleek cart interface that supports both sign-in and register functionality, allowing users to switch between the two views using tab navigation at the top. Under the Sign-in tab, returning users are greeted with a friendly welcome back message. They can log in using email and password, a Remember Me checkbox for persistent sessions, and a helpful Forgot Password link. Below that, there is also the option to log in using third-party providers like Google, Facebook, and Twitter, allowing for fast, seamless authentication via social platforms. Switching to the Register tab, new users are invited to create an account by filling out a short form with full name, email address, password, and they must agree to the terms of service and privacy policy before proceeding. Just like the login form, the registration process is simple and intuitive, designed with a modern UI and helpful validations. Once registration is complete, users can immediately begin exploring the site with a personalized experience, from managing their cart to tracking orders. Our e-commerce application also features a powerful and intuitive search functionality, which plays a vital role in helping users quickly find the products they are looking for. At the top of the page, inside the navigation bar, users will notice a sleek and modern search bar. As soon as the user starts typing a keyword, for example TV, a dynamic suggestion dropdown appears in real time just below the input field. This dropdown lists matching product titles, complete with images, prices, and category labels, giving users instant access to relevant options without even needing to submit the form. If users see what they are looking for in the suggestions, they can simply click on it to go directly to the product's detail page. But if they want to view the full list of results, they can click the View All Results link or press Enter to submit the search query. Once submitted, users are redirected to the search results page. Here, they are greeted with a clear heading that shows what they searched for example, search results for TV, along with a summary of how many matching products were found. Each matching item is displayed in a clean grid layout, just like on the category pages, complete with product images, names, descriptions, prices, and action buttons for view details and add to cart. But what happens if a user searches for something that doesn't exist in the store? For instance, let's say they search for shoes. In that case, they are still redirected to a dedicated No Results page. Instead of leaving the user stranded, this page displays a friendly message explaining that no matches were found and offers helpful alternatives, a set of popular categories to explore, and a prominent Browse All Products button to continue shopping. This ensures the user experience remains smooth and positive even when the search doesn't return results. From real-time suggestions to dynamic result rendering, this search functionality demonstrates how to combine client-side interactivity, server-side filtering, and user-centric UX design to create a seamless and professional shopping experience. And of course, one of the most important aspects of any professional web application today is responsiveness. And this project delivers it flawlessly. No matter what device users are on, whether it is a large desktop screen, a tablet, or a mobile phone, the entire experience remains smooth, elegant, and perfectly optimized. Every part of the application, from the dynamic navigation to the product grids, the cart, checkout, and even the smaller interface details, automatically adapts to different screen sizes without compromising functionality or user experience. This level of responsiveness ensures that the app feels natural and polished on any device, reflecting the real-world standards of a high-quality, production-ready e-commerce platform. Now that we've walked through the major features, sections, and functionalities of the project, you have a clear vision of what we're going to build together. So without further delay, let's start bringing this project to life step by step from scratch. I'm excited to guide you through every part of the process, so let's dive in and start building. Well, that's it. This full e-commerce project is what we built together step by step in the complete version of the course on our platform, Code and Create. So if you want to build this entire application from scratch with all the advanced features included, just head over to the link in the description and become a member today. Alright, that's a wrap for today's crash course. We covered the fundamentals of Next.js 15, explored routing, layouts, navigation, and got a solid understanding of how this framework works behind the scenes. And hopefully, the e-commerce project preview gave you a glimpse of what's possible once you go deeper. Now that the crash course is done, let's take a moment to go through everything our platform Code and Create has to offer, feature by feature, so you can see exactly how it's built to support your learning journey. To get started and explore everything this platform has to offer, simply head over to codeandcreate.dev. I'll leave the link in the description below for easy access. Once you land on the website, you'll be greeted by the homepage, which gives you a quick and clear overview of what Code and Create is all about. Right at the center, you'll see our motto, Master the Art of Building the Web. Just below the main headline, you'll find colorful icons representing each feature, almost like a visual map of what's available. You'll notice here all the key features the platform offers, from courses and AI-powered coding challenges to mock interviews, quizzes, blogs, projects, games, and more. The navigation bar at the top makes it easy to explore everything, whether you're looking for courses, quizzes, our blog section, code editor, or even the pricing page. You'll also find a search bar if you're looking for something specific, and a dark light mode toggle for your preferred viewing experience. Let's quickly talk about signing up and logging into the platform. We've made the entire process as simple and user-friendly as possible. At the top right corner of the website, you'll find two buttons, Sign In and Sign Up, depending on whether you already have an account or are visiting for the first time. If you're new here, the registration process is incredibly quick and hassle-free. You have two options. You can either go the traditional route and sign up using your email and password, or if you want to save even more time, you can simply sign up with your Google account, just 1 or 2 clicks and you're in. For returning users, clicking the Sign In button will take you to the login page where you can enter your credentials or use Google Login again for instant access. Let's go ahead and dive into each feature in more detail, starting with one of the most exciting and useful sections on the platform, the AI Learning Assistant. Once you click on the AI tab from the top navigation, you land on a dedicated section that's all about enhancing your learning experience using smart AI-powered tools. This page is neatly divided into 3 powerful tools: AI coding challenges, mock interviews with AI, and AI Quiz Maker. Each of them is designed to improve a specific part of your developer journey, whether you want to practice your coding, simulate job interviews, or test your knowledge with instant quizzes. Let's begin with the AI coding challenges, one of the coolest and most interactive features on the platform. Clicking the Create Challenge button under the AI coding challenges section will take you to a new page where you can start building your own custom challenge. Here you'll see a clean interface with a heading that says Create and Pass AI Coding Challenges and a button labeled Add New Challenge. This is where you can begin crafting a challenge tailored specifically to your needs. Once you click Add New Challenge, a model window will appear, allowing you to input all the details for your custom challenge. What matters are the fields inside. You can give your challenge a name, like My First Challenge or anything you prefer, then select the difficulty level, choose the programming language you want to work with from a list of supported options, add a topic such as functions, arrays, object-oriented programming, or anything else you'd like to focus on. Right now I'll go with JavaScript functions. Then specify the job role or position like junior developer, mid-level, or senior. And finally, enter your years of experience. This helps the AI adjust the challenge complexity to better fit your background. Now that all the fields are filled in, click the Create Challenge button and give it a few seconds. And there we go. The challenge has been successfully created. You'll now see it listed on the main challenge page, showing the challenge name, your job role, years of experience, and the specific topic you selected. From here, you can either start the challenge right away or delete it if you want to tweak the settings and try again. Let's go ahead and click the Start Challenge button, and once we do that, the challenge itself is displayed in a well-structured and interactive format. What's really cool here is how the challenge is presented. You'll see everything you need in one place, from basic details like difficulty level, estimated time, language, and topic, to your position and experience level, all of which were used by the AI to generate a challenge tailored to you. This makes the whole experience feel personal and relevant to your learning journey. Then comes the actual task, clearly broken down into sections such as the challenge title, a short description, and most importantly, the purpose behind the task. The context explains why this type of problem matters in real-world scenarios, which helps you understand the value of solving it. Then you'll find a set of requirements you need to meet, along with any constraints that help simulate real coding conditions. You're also given an example input and expected output, so you know exactly what the program should do and why. Below that, there is a starter code block, so you're never starting from scratch. You can jump right in and focus on problem solving. There is even a helpful hint section that nudges you in the right direction if you get stuck, without giving the whole solution away. All of this makes the challenge not just useful but actually enjoyable, whether you're preparing for interviews, improving your problem-solving skills, or just sharpening your coding brain. These AI-generated challenges are an awesome way to push yourself in a focused and meaningful way. Alright, let's start the challenge. Once you click the green Start Challenge button, you'll be navigated to the main challenge session, and this is where things get really interactive. On this page, you'll see a beautifully designed coding environment that's clean, focused, and developer-friendly. On the left side, we have the code editor, which comes preloaded with a starter function, so you never have to begin from a blank file. It gives you the right structure to start working on the problem immediately. You can also choose between different themes like VS Dark, which is selected by default, VS Light, Monokai, and others to match your personal coding style and comfort. Right above the editor, there is a drop-down menu to select your programming language, so you can switch to the one you need to solve the challenge. In this case, we need JavaScript. To the right, we have the output panel. This is where your results will show up once you run your code. It clearly displays output or errors, helping you debug and refine your solution in real time. At the top of the editor, there is a blue Run Code button, which you can click anytime to test your code against the problem, and you can adjust the font size from here as well. Now, one of the coolest things about this session page is the ability to recall the challenge details at any time. You'll see a Show Challenge button on the top right. Clicking it will open the model with the full challenge, including the description, requirements, constraints, and so on. Next to that, there is a countdown timer, which adds a bit of pressure, but in a good way. What's smart here is that the AI itself decides how much time to give you based on the difficulty level, your experience, job title, and all the information you entered when creating the challenge. So it's not just random, it's personalized, giving you a realistic but fair deadline to simulate real-world problem-solving conditions. And finally, once you're done, there is a Submit button in the top right corner so you can finish the challenge and see how you did. It is a super smooth and well thought out experience, and everything you need is right here on the screen. Now let's get to work and solve the challenge quickly. Once you've written your solution inside the AI coding challenge environment, submitting it is as easy as clicking the Submit button. But to prevent any accidental submissions, a neat little confirmation module will pop up, asking if you're sure you want to submit your solution. You can either cancel and go back to make more changes, or hit Yes, Submit, and move forward confidently. After submission, you'll instantly get a detailed AI-powered feedback report. First, you'll see the coding challenge again. This includes the description, example, input-output hints, and any constraints. Just in case you want to reread the task or refer back to the instructions, then just below that you'll find the actual feedback section, which is automatically generated by AI and tailored to your solution. It will break down everything, whether your function name is correct, if you met all the requirements, the efficiency of your solution, and even the quality of your code style. You'll also get a score out of 10, your completion time, and even a suggested AI-generated solution you can learn from. On top of that, you'll notice the Attempts button at the top. This feature is incredibly useful. It allows you to track your progress over time. Whether you solve it in one go or take multiple tries, every attempt is saved and viewable. For example, if you go back to the challenge, restart it again, and submit without entering anything, the system will provide a new feedback report. Well, of course, it will score it as 0 out of 10, and that will be recorded as the second attempt. You'll see both attempts listed for comparison, a pretty cool way to reflect and improve. All in all, the AI coding challenges section offers more than just practice. It creates a dynamic learning loop. You get a challenge, test your skills, submit your code, and receive actionable feedback instantly. It's like having a personal code mentor reviewing your work 24/7. Next up, let's explore another powerful and truly innovative feature on our platform, the mock interview with AI. This tool is designed to help you prepare for real-life job interviews by simulating them in a smart, structured, and pressure-free environment. Whether you're getting ready for your first job or aiming for a senior position, this feature is your personal AI interviewer, available anytime, anywhere. We start from the AI Learning Assistant section, where the mock interview with AI card is displayed. Here you'll see a quick overview of what this feature offers. Let's go ahead and click the Create Interview button. Once you do, you'll be navigated to the Create Interview page, which is quite similar in structure to the Coding Challenges creation page. At the moment, since we haven't created any interviews yet, this page looks clean and prompts us to add one. Now, let's go ahead and click on the Add New Interview button. This opens a module where we can input all the necessary details. You'll need to fill in a custom interview name, let's say Frontend Interview. Next we have your job role or position. I'm going to go with Junior Developer. Next we have a brief tech stack or job description. I'm going to go with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Next we have years of experience. I'm going to insert here, let's say 3. And the number of questions you'd like the AI to ask during the interview. I'm going to go with 3 questions. Let's go ahead and click the Start Interview button. Give it a few seconds. So as you can see, the interview is created and displayed on the same page. Each interview card includes all the information you provided, along with a Start Interview button. You can also delete the interview if you want to create a new one. Now let's go ahead and start the interview. I'm going to click the Start Interview button. It brings us to the interview launch page. This page displays all the interview details on the right, your role, tech stack, experience, and number of questions. And on the left there is a camera section where you can enable your webcam. If your device supports it, let's go ahead and click Enable Webcam. And there you have it. Your camera switches on and now you can see yourself on a screen. Now let's talk about why this is incredibly useful. When you're doing a mock interview, seeing yourself in real time helps you become more aware of your posture, facial expressions, and delivery. It builds self-awareness and confidence, and also simulates a real-life interview setting for better than just answering questions in silence. With this feature, you can practice as often as you like, experiment with different roles, tech stacks, and question counts. And over time, you'll feel more comfortable, confident, and ready for the real thing. Now let's go ahead and start the interview. For that, we have to click Start Interview button. When you click the Start Interview button, you'll be navigated to the interview interface. On the left side of the screen, you'll see your questions listed individually with tabs for each one, like question 1, question 2, and question 3. You can switch between questions at any time, which is useful if you want to skip a question temporarily and return to it later. Each question is displayed clearly, and next to it, you'll notice a small volume icon, and actually when clicked,
what is the purpose of the CSS Flexbox layout? And how does it differ from the CSS grid layout?
This will activate the AI-generated voice, which reads the question out loud for you. On the right side of the screen, there is a live webcam feed. If you have webcam access, you'll appear live on screen. When you're ready to answer a question, you simply click the Record Answer button. Now, I'm going to answer all those 3 questions, and then we'll see the result. Now, I'm going to answer the first question. We need to click Record Answer button and answer the question. Flexbox is designed for laying out and aligning items along a single axis, making it ideal for simpler, one-dimensional arrangements like navbars or lists. CSS Grid handles 2-dimensional layouts, controlling rows and columns at once, so it's better for full-page or complex component structures where both axes need precise placement. Let's click Stop Recording. So while I was speaking, my answer was transcribed in real time and appeared under the video preview. This feature allows you to visually track what you're saying and make adjustments if needed. Once the answer is recorded, you'll have a chance to review it and then modify it. So let's go ahead and quickly review and modify the answer. Now, if you're happy with the answer, you can go ahead and save it by clicking Save Answer button. If not, and you feel like you can do better, you can choose to re-record your answer In that case, a confirmation model will appear to let you know that your current answer will be lost if you continue. Alright, now I'm going to answer to both questions. I'm in the question 2 and question 3, and then see together what we'll get in the results. Alright, so after all your questions are answered and saved, the system enables a new button below the video that says View Your Results. Clicking this button takes you to the final feedback page, and this is where things get really insightful. The results page is broken down with remarkable clarity and detail. At the top, you'll see your overall performance rating presented as a numeric score out of 10, along with a brief recommendation or summary comment from the AI system based on your results. Just below that, each question is analyzed individually. For every question, you'll see the question itself, your submitted answer, an example of what a perfect or ideal answer could look like, and a detailed piece of feedback. This feedback explains what you did well, what you missed, and how you could improve. It's not just vague encouragement or generic advice, it is a smart breakdown based on your actual response. Each question is also scored separately on a scale from 0 to 10, which allows you to clearly see which topics you were strong and which ones might need more work. Altogether, this creates an interview simulation that is both realistic and educational. The experience allows you to reflect on your communication skills, rehearse your answers with confidence, and improve based on precise, personalized feedback. Whether you're applying for internships, junior roles, or mid-level positions, this tool can prepare you in a way that feels much more practical than just reading tips or watching interview prep videos. Alright, let's move on to the third AI-powered feature, the Quiz Maker. The AI Quiz Maker allows you to generate custom quizzes tailored to your learning goals. Whether you want to master a specific subject, practice for interviews, or simply test your knowledge, this tool helps you do it with precision and is powered by smart AI. With just a few clicks, you can have a personalized quiz built around your needs in no time. Let's go ahead and click the Create Quiz button. Just like with the other AI tools on the platform, you'll be taken to a dedicated quiz creation page. It is clean, straightforward, and familiar if you've already explored the other AI features. On this page, you'll see a button labeled Add New Quiz. Once we click that, a model will pop up asking you to fill out a few simple fields to define the structure of your quiz. You can enter a quiz name and then select the difficulty level that suits your current understanding. Next, choose the topic you want to focus on. It can be anything related to tech. Then define how many questions you want the quiz to contain. The minimum is 5 and the maximum is 20. Once everything is filled out, simply click the Generate Questions button and let the AI take care of the rest. And that's it. Your quiz will be generated and listed right below with all the important information: the name, topic, difficulty level, number of questions, and the date it was created. From here, you can either delete the quiz or go ahead and click the Start Quiz button to begin. Let's click the Start Quiz button. Once the quiz begins, the layout is designed to give you full control and visibility. On the left-hand side, you'll see the list of questions. You can jump to any question at any time, answer in any order you want, and even revisit unanswered ones later. At the top, you'll see a timer running, helping you track how long you've been working on the quiz. There is also a save button in the top left corner, which I think is a pretty cool feature. You can pause the quiz at any time, click save, leave the page, and come back later. And when you do, your progress, selected answers, and the timer are all preserved. That means you can take your time, study in between, or revisit the quiz whenever it works best for you. Let's answer a few questions now just to show you how it works. As you submit answers, the little X icons on the left will turn into check marks to indicate which questions you've completed. It is a simple but effective way to stay organized and keep track of your progress. Now let's say we're done for now. We click Save, leave the page. If you want to continue the quiz, you can go back to the quiz creation page. and click the Continue Quiz button. From here, you can resume a quiz. If we do that, we'll be taken right back to our previous progress, with a timer continuing from where we left off and all answered questions still marked. Now let's go ahead and answer all the questions to see the result page. Once you finish the quiz and click See Result, you'll be taken to a detailed results page. Here you'll see your final grade, A, B, C, D, and so on, the number of correct answers, total time taken, and a breakdown of each question. For every question, you'll see the question text, the multiple choice options, your selected answer, the correct answer if you missed it, and most importantly, a clear explanation below each one so you can learn from your mistakes. Finally, at the bottom of the page, there is an option to save your results or go back. Once you save the results, it's stored permanently in your score sheet. To access it, you have to go to your profile and then select the score sheet. Here you can come back and see your past performance anytime. You'll find the quiz name, your score, how many questions it had, how much time you spent, and your final grade. It's all recorded and easy to track. Now, since our platform just went to live, we want to give you a quick heads up. There are already tons of features built into the website, from interactive tools and quizzes to AI-powered assistants and real-time coding challenges. While we've tested everything carefully, we're still technically in the testing phase, which means there might be a few small glitches or occasional bugs that sneak through. The chances are low, but it's something we want to be transparent about. If you happen to come across anything that doesn't work as expected or notice any issues, please don't hesitate to reach out and let us know. Your feedback will help us improve the platform and fix things quickly. And if you're wondering how to get in touch, well, we've actually made that part really easy and pretty exciting. We've added a brand new feature to the platform to make communication with us seamless, direct, and super convenient. Real-time chat. Let's explore this feature that we've added for our premium users. This is, I think, a pretty cool and useful upgrade from the traditional model of support where students had to wait for email replies or delayed forum responses. Now, if you're stuck on something, need a quick tip, want a resource recommendation, or even want to share your progress, you can just open the chat and talk to us directly. Imagine you're working on a project late at night and run into an issue with dynamic routing in Next.js, or you need clarification on a specific concept. With this real-time chat feature, you can immediately reach out and get help. It brings learning much closer to what it should be: interactive, fast, and personal. Right now, I'm logged in with a regular premium account, and accessing the chat is super simple. Head over to My Profile, click the Messages tab on the left-hand side. Once you open it, you'll land on the chat interface. The interface is clean and intuitive. You can simply type your message in the input field at the bottom. There is even support for sending screenshots. You'll get quick replies, clear explanations, and even example code if needed. The whole idea is to make learning feel more connected and supported. Whether you're stuck on a tricky bug or just want some learning direction, this chat feature helps you feel like you've got a mentor sitting right next to you. Alright, let's move on to the course section. And right now we're kicking things off with something truly powerful, the ultimate Next.js 15 course. This course is designed to help you master everything from the basics of Next.js 15 to the most advanced full-stack development techniques by building a real-world, production-ready e-commerce application step by step. We start from scratch, covering essential concepts like the app router, layouts, pages, metadata, dynamic routing, navigation, client and server components, SearchParams, and much more. Every concept is broken down clearly so you don't just learn how things work, but why they work that way, which is essential if you want to go beyond copy-pasting and actually understand how to build scalable applications. Once the basics are solid, we move straight into building our e-commerce project using the newest features in Next.js 15 and Tailwind CSS4. The project evolves as you learn, from front-end UI and styling, all the way to shopping cart logic, filtering, routing, authentication, and even backend integration. By the end, you'll have built a full-stack app that's ready for deployment and real-world use. But what makes this learning experience even more special is what happens after each theoretical lecture. Right after you finish watching a concept, you'll get access to a custom quiz, carefully crafted by us to help you lock in what you just learned. These are not generic quizzes, they are specifically designed for each individual lecture, targeting the exact concepts you just studied. It is an amazing way to actively test your knowledge and reinforce what you've just watched. And we didn't stop there. Under every theoretical lecture, you'll also find a comprehensive blog article about that exact topic. These blog posts are in-depth, well-structured, and serve as written reference material for you to revisit anytime, whether you're the kind of person who learns best by watching, reading, or doing. This system supports all three. So now, instead of just watching a video and moving on, you'll be able to deeply understand the topic, practice it, and review it all in one place. This combination of high-quality video content, focused quizzes, and extensive blog explanations creates an incredibly complete and immersive way to master complex topics and actually remember them long term. This is just the first course here, and many more are on the way. Next, let's explore one of the most practical and useful tools on the platform, the code editor section. This is a standalone built-in code editor, and it offers the exact same smooth and interactive experience you've already seen in the AI challenge sessions. The UI is familiar, sleek, distraction-free, and fully optimized for hands-on practice. But what makes this section special is that you can use it anytime you want, completely separate from any challenge or lecture. Whether you want to test out an idea, play with a snippet, or review a concept you just learned, the code editor is always available right here on the platform. No need to switch tabs, open external tools, or leave the learning flow. It's all in one place, and that's what makes it so convenient. When you first open the editor, you'll see a default coding example already loaded. A few simple JavaScript operations, just to give you something to start with. But you're free to modify it, delete it, or start from scratch. At the top, you can change the theme, select your preferred programming language, and of course, click the Run Code button to see your output instantly on the right-hand side. The output panel updates in real time, giving you immediate feedback, which is perfect for debugging, learning, or experimenting. So again, the goal of this built-in code editor is simple but powerful, to give you a quick and accessible playground where you can write and run code as you learn, without ever needing to leave the platform. So whether you're trying something new from a lecture, verifying a quiz solution, or just sharpening your skills, the code editor is always here right at your fingertips. Fast, flexible, and built to support your learning every step of the way. Now let's take a look at the quizzes section, one of the most engaging and practical ways to test your knowledge here on Code and Create. From the top navigation, if you click on the Quizzes tab, you'll be taken to a dedicated section where you can browse through a growing collection of quizzes covering a wide range of web development topics. These quizzes are carefully created by us, the instructors, based on real-world experience and updated knowledge, so you're always learning what's relevant right now. Each quiz is presented as a card displaying the title, description, a preview image, and whether the quiz is free or premium. You'll also see how many questions are included, plus a review section where learners can rate and comment after taking the quiz. And the best part, we are adding new quizzes regularly, almost daily, so you'll always have fresh, high-quality content to practice with. You can choose between AI-generated quizzes for instant topic testing or instructor-created quizzes like the ones shown here, which are more curated and concept-focused. Whether you're preparing for interviews, reinforcing a lecture topic, or just want to challenge yourself, this section is packed with value. To start, we click on the See Details link on the quiz card, which takes us to the quiz overview page. Here you'll see a short description of the quiz, the total number of questions, and a button to begin. When you're ready, click Start Quiz to launch it. We've already walked through how the quiz session works in detail when we covered the AI Quiz Maker feature, and the quiz-taking experience for instructor-created quizzes follows the same structure. From navigating through questions, saving your progress, to reviewing your results at the end. So to keep things efficient and avoid repeating identical steps, I won't go through the inner workings of the quiz session again here. But here is one important distinction worth pointing out. Unlike AI-generated quizzes, the instructor-made quizzes allow you to leave a review and rating once you finish. Right there on the results page, you can share your thoughts, whether you liked the quiz, found it helpful, thought it was challenging or too easy. Whatever the case, your feedback matters. It helps other learners know what to expect, and it helps us improve and tailor future quizzes based on real student experience. So that's it about the quizzes section, and as you can see, it's a super useful and well thought out feature designed to help you actively test your knowledge, reinforce your learning, and track your progress. You'll find tons of different quizzes here. Choose from free or premium quizzes, jump between questions freely, save your progress, pause, and resume anytime. See detailed results with explanations, keep track of your performance in your score sheet. And one more cool thing. If you find a quiz you really like or want to come back to later, you can save it to your favorites by simply clicking the heart icon on the quiz card. All your favorite quizzes will be neatly stored in the favorite section of your profile for easy access anytime. Now let's move on to one of the most exciting and dynamic areas of the platform, the blog section. This space is designed to keep you sharp, informed, and always learning even when you're not coding. You'll find a constantly growing library of instructor-written tech articles, presented in a clean, readable layout that's perfect for both deep dives and quick scrolls. Each blog card includes a title, a featured image, a short description, and a read more button, so you can quickly scan and decide what you're in the mood to explore. Our goal with the blog section is to be both educational and informative. That means you'll see beginner-friendly guides, as well as more advanced and topic-specific posts, or deep dives into performance, optimization, and best practices. We'll also be sharing up-to-date content on the latest tech news, framework updates, industry trends, and especially AI-related developments. So you're always in the loop with what's happening in the world of development and technology. Whether it is a major React or Next.js release, a new feature in Tailwind CSS, or a breakthrough AI tool that developers are using, we'll break it all down and make it digestible, actionable, and relevant to you. You can think of this section as your tech digest curated by developers for developers. Once you finish reading, you can leave your honest feedback, share your thoughts or reactions to the topic, and let us know if there is something you'd like to see next, whether it is a tutorial you loved, a topic you want more of, or just your general opinion. Your voice helps shape this section moving forward. Next up, let's talk about the video section, one of the most practical and helpful parts of the platform for hands-on learners. In this section, we've brought together all the real-world projects we've built on our Code and Create YouTube channel, but with a huge bonus. You can now download the source code for every single project right here, all in one place. No more jumping between platforms, digging through video descriptions, or trying to find the right GitHub repo. Everything is organized and accessible directly on the platform. If you are a premium member, you get full access to every source code. No need to buy them individually or hunt for links. Just click, download, and start coding. You can also watch the tutorials right here on the platform. That means no more switching tabs or opening YouTube. It's all ready to go inside one central hub. So watch the tutorial, save it to your favorites, and download the complete code all from one place. Next up, let's dive into the game section, And trust me, this is one of the most fun parts of the entire platform. We believe that learning should be boring or monotonous. That's why we've included a collection of fun, skill-boosting games specifically designed to sharpen your focus, improve memory, and even build useful developer habits like typing speed and problem solving. As you can see, in the game section we currently offer 3 exciting and interactive games: Typing Rush, Puzzle Game, and Memory Game. Each game is carefully crafted and themed around a particular benefit. Let's begin with the first game, Typing Rush. This game is perfect for developers who want to type faster and more accurately. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced coder, improving your typing speed can massively boost productivity and reduce fatigue over time. You can choose from different difficulty levels: beginner, intermediate, hard, and even expert, dev text, which simulates real-world developer typing scenarios. Why is this important? Because as a programmer, typing is your primary tool. The faster and more confidently you type, the more fluid and focused your work becomes. So let's give it a try and type a quick round. You can choose the number of characters and the difficulty level. Once you finish the round, you'll be shown a detailed typing evaluation report. It includes WPM, words per minute, and CPM, characters per minute, accuracy percentage, a categorized speed level, and accuracy level, personalized feedback, and tips to improve. This is a fantastic way to track your progress over time, challenge yourself, and see measurable results. Next up, we have the puzzle game. This one's all about problem solving and pattern recognition. You can get a random image and try to solve it in the least amount of time possible. It is a calming yet brain-stimulating game that fits perfectly between study or coding sessions. Finally, we've got the memory game. This game is all about exercising your short-term memory by matching card pairs. It's simple to play but incredibly effective for training your brain. You can choose from 3 different board sizes: 16, 36, and 64 cards, depending on how much of a challenge you want. It is a great brain workout, and honestly, it's super fun too. Play it during breaks, sharpen your memory, and maybe even compete with friends or fellow students. Alright, let's now take a moment to walk through the About Us page. As you already know, we are Code and Create. That's us, George and Lasha, funny pixel-style avatars, 2 educators and developers who've been teaching web development for nearly a decade. Over the years, we've had the privilege of sharing our knowledge and helping over 100,000 students from all around the world through the platforms like YouTube, Udemy, Skillshare, and now right here on our very own platform. So here you can learn about us, but that's not all. At the bottom of the page, you'll find our Contact Us form. Here is what makes this section really special. You don't need to be a premium user to get in touch with us here. Even if you're just browsing the platform as a guest or have not created an account yet, you're still welcome to reach out. Maybe you have a business proposal, a partnership idea, a collaboration offer, or even just a question about how things work. This is the place to do it. All you need to do is fill in your name, email, and message, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. We wanted to make sure that anyone from anywhere can connect with us, whether you're a student, a company, or someone who just stumbled across our work and wants to say hi. So if you've got something on your mind, whether it is a tech inquiry or a business opportunity, drop us a message. We're always open to hearing from our community. Next up, let's talk about the search functionality, a small but powerful feature built right into the navbar. With this universal search bar, you can instantly find anything across the entire platform, whether it is a specific quiz, blog, a tutorial video, or even a keyword mentioned inside one of them. It's designed to save you time and help you jump straight to what you need without endless scrolling. Just type in a topic or keyword and the platform will do the rest. If you ever want to personalize your account and make it feel more like your own, you can easily update your profile details right from your dashboard. Just click on your avatar icon in the top right corner of the screen. That will open up your profile menu. From there, select My Profile, and once you're on the profile page, navigate to the Settings tab on the left side. Inside the settings section, you'll find simple options to update your profile avatar, first name and last name. Changing your avatar is as easy as uploading a new image, and you can adjust your name details however you like. Alright, let's now take a closer look at the pricing section, a key part of the platform that we've designed with real students and developers in mind. As you can see, we currently offer 3 main plans. Let's start with the free plan, because we believe that everyone should have the opportunity to explore and experience the platform before committing to anything. When you sign up for Code and Create, you automatically get access to the free plan, no credit card required. This allows you to explore the platform, check out the interface, read blog articles, browse available quizzes, and get a feel for how everything works. It is perfect for anyone who wants to look around and see if the learning environment fits their goals and style. Now, when you're ready to unlock all the premium features like access to AI learning assistance, challenges, mock interviews, AI quiz creation, all quizzes, full-length premium courses, real-time chat with instructors, video source code downloads, and more, that's where our premium plans come in. As shown here, we currently offer 2 upgrade options, a monthly plan and a yearly plan. The monthly plan gives you full flexibility. It's great for learners who want to dive in without a long-term commitment. You get access to everything and can cancel anytime. The yearly plan, however, offers the best value. You get access to the entire platform for a full year, and the total cost is significantly lower than paying month by month. It is designed for serious learners who want consistency, depth, and long-term access to all updates and new features, compared to other platforms where features like quizzes, code editors, and video tutorials often come as separate subscription or paid add-ons. We've bundled everything together under one roof. That means no hidden upsells and no need to buy source code or extra content separately. And right now, we're running a limited time sale until the end of this month, making both the monthly and yearly subscriptions even more affordable. If you're thinking of committing, now is a great time to do it. To keep things honest, we are not here to overhype anything, but we do want to be transparent. We worked hard to build something that's modern, supportive, and fair, and we priced it in a way that's accessible to students and self-taught developers who are serious about growing. If you compare our premium plans to other platforms, and to be honest, I'm not even sure you'll find one quite like this, you'll probably agree that we offer a lot for a very minimal cost. So feel free to explore with the free plan, and if it feels right, you'll know when it's time to upgrade. The entire platform is fully responsive, which means you can access it seamlessly on any device, whether you are using a desktop, laptop, tablet, or mobile phone. Every page, feature, and section is optimized to adapt to different screen sizes, so you can learn, code, read, or take quizzes comfortably wherever you are, whether you are at your desk or on the go. So that's a full tour of our brand new platform, Code and Create. We've packed it with everything you need to grow as a modern developer. Whether you're just starting out or looking to level up your skills, this platform is built to support you every step of the way, with practical features, helpful guidance, and a learning experience that actually feels enjoyable and meaningful. Thank you so much for watching and spending this time with me. I truly appreciate it. I hope to see you inside the platform soon. Let's keep learning, building, and creating together on Code and Create.